Here we go again then. £400 later, and our Vauxhall Corsa C with the intent of turning into a track car all for myself. I just cannot wait to start working on this car. So there she is then, my little track demon. She is actually booked in for her first track day, 26th of October. So end of this month, we're going to Castle Combe Circuit, where we'll be taking her on for a first sort of lap time so we can get out the car before we do anything to it, and then hopefully go back in 6 months time for like the spring track day that they host and see what sort of gains we've made on the car and see how much different it is. But this is going to be such a cool project, and you guys are going to be deciding everything that we do to the car. So the way that this is going to work is the most liked comment at the end of each video is going to be what we do in the next video. So say you guys wanted to see like an air intake put on the kit and I had the most likes either on this video or any of my other social medias, because there'll be shorts on like TikTok, Instagram and YouTube shorts as well. That will be shown in the next video. So leave your comments down below. Please be realistic. I'm not I'm not swapping like a Lambo engine into this. That is not happening. But please be realistic, because I would love to see what you guys want me to do to the car, and we'll do it. But in typical fashion, like we always do, we're going to give the car a quick service. We're going to change the filters, spark plugs, oil, and all bits like that. And we also need to get some new windscreen wipers. You can see these are like, I've never seen windscreen wipers this rusty. You guys seen them like this before? That is mental. They do not like weather, these ones, so we need to get some new ones for the car as well. And then we will probably go from there to a big surprise at the end of the video, so stay tuned, because that is the next huge thing this week. Can't wait to show you guys. First of all though, we need to actually move the car a bit more forward so we can jack it up. I think that will do. Sweet. Now we need to jack the car up. Let's get the car jack out. Where is it? Hello, it's somewhere in the garage. Yes. Right, I'm not going to do the same mistake as what I did on my mum's car. We're actually going to find the seal this time. We're going to jack up on there and then hopefully put the jack stand on it and it doesn't go through the car. We'll see. But yeah, somewhere behind this plasticky thing right here should be the seal. You know what, guys? I think I might have actually found the seal and not the plastic bumper. I think. I'm going to guess like this bit here is reinforced. We're only guessing because this car costs 400 quid. So if it comes crashing down on my head, then that was 400 quid well spent. By the way, the seals on this car are in like really good condition. No rust really at all on them. Oh my giddy aunt. The state of this front shock absorber. Holy moly. Oh, it's too dark. Jesus Louises, what is going on here? We've got a leaky shock in the front. That looks absolutely battered and beyond its days. What do we say? Put some Bilsteins in there? If you guys want me to do it, like I said, top comment down below the most likes. We do it in the next video. But I'm on a budget at first because I really don't have much money at the moment, because I bought this and something else at the end of the video. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. That is. Right, let's keep going. Now, what do I put the jack down onto? That? I reckon we do. Oh, I'm well nervous about this, not gonna lie. That seems to be holding the car up. That's dodgy, man. I don't know. If I'm doing this right, let me know, please. Because, yeah, if I'm doing this right, then well on. But let me show you, Did I do this right, guys? I think I did. I think that's the seal, if I'm correct. And this is held on the seal. If not, please don't slate me in the comments, because, like always, I'm just learning. I don't really know what I'm doing. Even holding the camera, see, I can't even put it in my bum face. Just learning, all right? Please, don't hate me. And now let's jack up this side. And voila, the smoothest transition you are likely to see all week. But now the real work starts. So let's get this bonnet popped and have a look at the engine. Probably gonna do the air filter and spark plugs first, because they're just way easy, aren't they? They're just the easiest thing you can do. Where even is? Oh, we need to fix this door handle as well. Look at this, look. Oh, it's blooming locked as well, hang on. Right, let me show you how whipped this door handle actually is, look. Is the car gonna open? Hang on. It's unlocked, look. There we go. Finally opened. We need to fix that. Boom, there she is. You see, that right there is the epitome of 1.4 litre Vauxhall Corsa. We need to take this engine cover off, or is it just this little plastic bit? Ah, there we go. I can't tell what's under there. If that's sparkies or no. I mean, there's 4 things. 1, 2, 3, 4. If so, that's like 2 T30s. Boom! We have surgeon gloves, and I've just found out how you do this. So we do in fact take this off, and we'll just place that up there out of the way. And the next thing we need to do is actually undo this electrical connector, and that is, well, like I said, well, like I was trying to do earlier, you push it down, you pull, there you go. And these 2 do need to come out, and I think it removes all the coil packs at once. Like, there's no separate HT leads per spark plug. It's just one electrical connector which connects to all of the coil packs, and then the spark plugs are just like zoom, 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 and zoom. So yeah, let's remove that. My money's on T30. Oh yes, I even said that when I first saw it. I am literally incredible until I drop something. Okay, 2 T30 bolts, they're nice and long. And now, there we go. All of the coil packs should just pull up and out, hopefully. Now we'll be able to get a tiny bit of leverage. There we go. I believe that just slid up. There. And that's all 4 coil packs removed. Looks like this one here on the end could do with a slight bit of a clean maybe. But there's 4 spark plugs I can see. Doesn't look too bad down there. Here we go then. 1, 2, 3, and 4. There's slight little bits of maybe carbon build up just around the bottom of them, but I don't think that's bad. They actually look in pretty good condition. We'll crack one out at a time. I believe it's a 16mm long socket, and that is correct. It's a 16mm long socket. And yeah, we can just undo these and pull them out one at a time. Oh, look at that. That is one very worn spark plug. It actually looks in pretty good condition. Thank you to you guys for letting me know about if a good spark plug, what colour it to be really, or what colour for it to be. And that looks like a pretty well used spark plug. Nothing really wrong going on in the engine by the looks of it. Another clean plug. And another. And the final one, number 4. Here we are then, that is all 4 plugs. None of these are iridium plugs. That is very interesting, because we have got the first sort of little upgrade, you could say, for the Corsa. As these 4 sparkies are going back in the car are all iridium plugs by Bosch, which is very nice. I believe they should just help the engine run a little bit smoother, maybe a little bit richer, but I tell you what, this is going to make not much of a difference probably, but they will last maybe a bit longer, so that's always a good thing. Let's get these iridiums in. There you have it then, a iridium spark plug by Bosch. Literally not much difference to what we've just taken out, but yeah, hopefully these will make the slightest little bit of difference. And there we have it then, 4 Bosch spark plugs installed. Let's get the coil pack back in. Well, the big monstrous coil pack anyway. There we go, that shouldn't be going anywhere. Now with 2 T30 bolts. And boom, just like that then, we have got the Corsa C running iridium plugs. Probably not going to make much of a difference, but I tell you what, it's pretty cool nonetheless. I would take iridium plugs over normal plugs any day of the week. Yep, they're not NGK, but I couldn't find any NGK ones for my car, unfortunately, so Bosch will have to do. Well, the rain is coming out to play, but I really couldn't care at the moment. Obviously, what we're going to do next is take out the old air filter. I think it's just a few bolts, that crosshead, and then maybe that one back there. We should be able to just lift this box up and replace the panel filter. Oh no, no, you don't do that to me now, mate. So we're gonna have to take off this air feed pipe because there's an extra bolt that we need to access, but we've come across a bit of an issue because of how old this car is. Quite a lot of the bolts on this car are very rusty, and 2 of them have completely rammed off the heads. There we go, there's that air feed pipe out the way. Can now access this head, which I'm telling you now, this head isn't even gonna last. Whoa, this head is gonna probably crumble as well. Yeah, there wasn't even a head. Christ almighty, this air filter. That's 3 of the 4 bolts now that completely rounded off. I mean, look, this one here, yeah, he was fine. This one, absolutely obliterated. This one just actually crumbled. I'm not even kidding you. Like, it was like looking at a cookie. It just crumbled to pieces. And this one is rounded as well. So yeah, I don't know how we're gonna get that off, but we'll have to work somehow at getting it off. I'm just gonna try a bigger crosshead. Oh, this one's just coming out. Only just. Yes. Oh, get in. Yes. Okay. That is the second one cracked. Oh, we got one left. Boom. I'm very stuck on this last one. I'm thinking what I could do is maybe get the ankle grinder out and just cut a slot into it and try with a flathead maybe. Yeah, we're gonna have to leave this for now, but instead what we can do is put on the new windscreen wipers and get rid of those rusty ones. Not just because they're rusty, but because they also don't work very well, which is, well, you could probably understand why. We got one off. That was actually a bit more of a hassle than what it probably was meant to be. These aren't easy to take off, but we're gonna replace this horrible one. Look at the state of this. This is shocking. So we're gonna replace it with this Bosch Aero Twin one here. I believe these are actually pretty good quality ones, but that goes up like that. That goes over there. Oh, there we go, that's in. And clips on. Boom. One changed. Easy. And voila, we have now got some new windscreen wipers. Hopefully I'll clean the window better than the other ones, because honestly I didn't show you, but these were so grimy. You can see sort of where they were before. And how grimy they would have been. So hopefully these do a lot better of a job now. Also, the inside of this car keeps on condensing up or condensationing up. You can see here, it's not got any like heating or anything on in the inside. It's because it's growing a tree. There's moss and everything in here, which is creating a lot of heat and moisture. And it's very warm inside of here, considering it's a cold day at the moment. But yeah, we're just gonna turn the ignition on, see if these windscreen wipers work. Right, here we go. Oh, here it is. We need some washer fluid. Okay, but nope. They're wiping lovely. We'll fill up some washer fluid quickly and we will then get back to the engine stuff. Right then, let's give my car that Fortnite 50% heal potion. It's probably not the angle to come in from. Boom, didn't spill a single bit. And now let's try again with those windscreen wipers. You are on my dad's car right now. Sorry for the bad angle, but we'll give this a go. That's better. Yes. Right, now as the sun is starting to set a little bit, I'm just going to work at trying to get this out. And if I get it done, I will inform you. And just like that, we did it by any means necessary. I had to take the entire airbox out, and then we had to grind with the angle grinder a slot into the top of this bolt, and then we could use a flathead to take it out, and that's exactly what we've done. So here is the old filter. It's actually not in bad condition, to be honest. Honestly, I thought it was going to be absolutely filthy considering I couldn't get the bolts off, but that's not in terrible condition. We're going to put the new one on, obviously, so this one can go in the bin. Drop some keys as well, but in the passenger seat, obviously, we've got the nice air filter right here to go straight back into the box like this. There we go. The air filter is now in. That was quite straightforward. We need to put this box back on, like so, and then put all the bolts back in, don't fall off, which we should be able to get the bolts in because I haven't properly mangled them. So let's get the top back on as well. Boom, there's the top of this back on. All we need to do is drop this back into place. It goes on this way, somewhere in there, a bit like that. And there we have it. This is now back in with the new air filter, so that's perfect. That's the spark plug change, air filter's done, what they call windscreen wipers done, washer fluid filled back up. Next is the oil and the oil filter, so let's drain them out, or drain the oil out and get the filter off now. Hello friends, we are back, and today we're going to do the oil and the oil filter as I have previously mentioned. But the first thing we need to do is get the engine flipped on and warmed up. So let's try this out then. The new spark plugs and the new air filter, as long as we're neutral, which we are. Let's go. Oh, she sounds sweet as a nut. Listen to her go. She doesn't sound too bad, does she? Did I just like... Oh, that's an issue. Oh, that's a bit wet. That is. This is going to be interesting to pull up. But we're going to leave this running now for about 20 minutes. I'm going to go to Whole Foods and grab some engine oil because I've not picked it up yet. Silly me. And yeah, we'll catch back with you with some engine oil and the bonnet popped. And boom, we have acquired some engine lube. Hello, hello. Now all we need to do is get that in the car. And obviously we need to drop the old oil out, but we have an issue. I've still got my mum's oil in my oil catch pan and I've got nowhere to dispose of this. So this is gonna be a risky game, seeing if we can drop all the oil out of this car without overfilling that. We also need to get the oil filter out, but yeah, we're gonna see if we can drop this oil first. My mother came in clutch. We've put the engine oil into this milk bottle so we can actually dispose of it properly. And we now have an empty tray to use, which is fantastic. Okay, let's crack this. Back up top then, we have got the oil filter sitting just here, which we should be able to crack off. Oh, hello. With a 32mm socket or a 3/8 BSP socket. And yeah, off that comes. But before we take that out, we are going to grab some tissue so we don't get oil everywhere. And there is the old filter. It's actually in all right condition. It's a tiny little filter though. I thought it would have been bigger than that, but no, that doesn't look like it was, yeah. No, it looks all right, that does, but yeah, let's put it in the bin. Well, that's a Mickey take. Just like with Harry's car, we've been given the wrong oil filter. What a joke. Euro Car Parts came in clutch. When do they not on this channel? It is becoming a weekly occurrence that they do. This is now the right oil filter. So we can put this in the car, along with hopefully a new O-ring in here. Put the sump plug back on, and then I think I'm going to take it off the jack stands and fill it up when it's settled flat on the ground, because you get a better reading of the oil then. So this in first. It can only go in one way, so let's put it in. We need to take this old O-ring off, and all that's left to do is put this back on the top here and do this up to, if I was to guess, just any number, 25 Newton meters, because that's what most oil filters are done up to. So I can imagine that's what this one's also done up to. As I don't have the torque wrench for that though, we're just going to do it up till it nips up like this, and then just a little bit more about there. That is tight enough for me. That is not coming back off. Let's get that drain bung on. The sun is setting rapidly on us, so I do apologise if it's not as bright as what it should possibly be. And this should also be up to 25 Newton meters, but like I said, don't have a torque wrench, so we're just gonna go about there. That's nicely nipped up. As long as when we put the oil in, that doesn't leak it all out, we'll be good to go. Car is back on the floor. Now we need to just get the oil filled into here. This is what came out before. Every bit of engine oil is always jet black, isn't it? I mean, I guess it makes sense, but we've got Total Energies Quartz 5W30 here to pour back in. And there we go. That is the oil now changed. That is everything we've done now to the car this week. But there's two more things that I want to do before we disappear at the end of this video. One of them is start the car and just see if the engine's running sweet, which, I mean, it was before, so it probably will be now, but we just want to check it, of course. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Listen to that go. That is one good sounding engine. Oh yeah, that is another successful service. Hopefully the last one for a while, because I think 3 or 4 cars on the channel now is more than enough. But this is going to be the best one. I'm telling you, this build is going to be so so much fun. Can't wait to hear all your guys' input, because obviously you will be deciding what we do. Make sure to get your comments down below and all your ideas. Mine with the most liked is what we do next to it. We've now got to take this car somewhere, which is the next big surprise. I can't wait to show you. Let's get in the car and let's drive it to where we gotta go. We have arrived and we're at where the Corsa is gonna be kept and videos will be filmed on. It's not gonna be at the house anymore because I just can't, there's no space for 4 cars at my house. With my 2 cars, my mum and my dad's, it just can't happen. But thanks to you guys, you've made this possible. And just like that, something pretty much out of GTA. This is where the Corsa is being kept, out here in a garage. And this is where we're doing all the work to the car. This is sick, bro. Literally a year ago, we had none of this. And now I've got 2 cars, a garage, a YouTube channel which is thriving. This is amazing. It's all because of you guys watching me every week, subscribing, liking, commenting, whatever it is. You guys support me so much and I cannot thank you enough. So yeah, what do you think to this little garage lockup then for the Corsa? This is, I mean, it's tight for space around the sides, but we've got quite a lot of space around the back of the car. There's a lot of spiders in here though, so we might have to give this place a bit of a clear out and everything first, but as you can see, there's a lot of space back here. So we can absolutely work around the car. We can strip the interior out, we can put buckets in, we can have so much fun just fabricating maybe our own sort of interior for the car, which is going to be perfect for track. This is going to be such a fun project and I am so proud of myself for this. This is literally amazing. You guys are the best. Hopefully as well, this is just the start, because obviously a garage lockup like this, it's not massive with space, like I just said. Maybe a unit at some point down the line will be amazing and perfect for everything we're going to be doing, because we can't really put the 3 Series in there because it's a little bit too big. We could definitely fit the Corsa in and work around the Corsa and in the Corsa. This is just going to be so much fun. Honestly, I can't believe this. This is like just amazing, unbelievable. I cannot believe we've managed to make this happen. So let me know what you guys think of this down below. I really want to hear your opinions on this because I think this is like just such a huge step forward. No longer having to be at the house to do stuff on the car. We'll be coming to the garage, bring everything down with us. We can do some really cool stuff. We can work until really late, so we can set up some lighting in here. We don't have to worry about rain and stuff then as well, because we could be inside, so we could do longer videos maybe, because that's 5 days a week now, but I can actually be outside on the car instead of just evenings when it's like, is the weather going to be all right or not? So this opens up so many doors of opportunities. And yeah, I cannot wait to be down here working on the car. Yeah, it's so cool. The Corsa's back, but not in good health. It has just failed an MOT on that big list of items right there. We're on track in 5 days. And we've got to get this car MOT'd and fixed before we can even do that, because we've got to drive it up there. This is going to be a struggle this week, but it's going to be a struggle that we're going to thrive on and enjoy. Let's get through this list and fix all of these issues before Friday when it gets re-MOT'd. So I guess this is what happens when you buy a car for £400. It's not going to be perfect. This car's not perfect. I mean, it's got a list of probably about 11 things here which need fixing. This is going to be an interesting week, but I'm sure we can get all of this fixed. I've got a plan for pretty much all of it, so fingers crossed it all falls into place, you could say. So what has the car exactly failed on? Well, let's go through the list. First thing is, a driver's door cannot be opened from the outside. Now, we know that from the last video when I shown you guys. Is the car gonna open? Hang on. It's unlocked, look. There we go. We cannot open this door from this handle, so we're gonna have to take the inner door card off, I believe, and see if we can just somehow work with this mechanism to try and get this to work. But maybe a bit of WD-40 and stuff on it. We'll fix that. Next is the windscreen washer stuff isn't working, which I don't know why, because in the video last time out, 2 weeks ago, when we topped up the washer fluid and changed the wipers, washer fluid was working fine. Oh, here it is. We need some washer fluid, but it literally stopped working the day of the MOT. That is just absolutely typical. Like, of course that would happen. The next thing is we've got tires with different aspect ratios, and the reason is because we've got 3 alloys on the car. This side, the rear left, and the other 2 on the other side, but then the front one here, the spares fitted, and I bought the car with the spare fitted. I don't even know if on this side we even have the actual wheels, so we might have to get a whole new set of wheels this week, and that's going to set us back quite a bit of money if we have to pick up a new set of wheels, which I believe we do. Yeah, I don't even think we have the 4th wheel, so it's not looking good, Brev. The next thing on our list of major defects which we're fixing, one of the rear brake hoses. Which side does it say? Across axle frayed on the rear. So basically the whole axle, rear axle, needs to be changed. I can't do that job, so we're gonna get the garage to do that job. And then the last thing on this big list of things which need fixing as soon as possible is headlamps. So we've got headlamp leveling device inoperative, near side and offside. We've got the headlamp aim projected beam images obviously incorrect, offside and near side. We've got the position lamp not working, offside front. So basically everything wrong with the headlights is pretty much wrong. What else we've got? The lens is slightly defective near side, the lens is slightly defective offside. So both of these again. So we basically need to get either whole new headlights or polish these up and try and fix them ourselves. I'm not sure, but that's going to be another job. And then the side repeater lens is defective, which has no effect on the emitted light offside. So on this side here, this ain't working, so maybe we get some new indicators just to replace them. And then last of all, the battery terminals are loose, which is very dangerous. So it's a big list. We've got a load of things to do. Let's start cracking on. One thing I absolutely hate about this car is you can't unlock it with a key. You can't unlock it with the button, should I say. You have to use the key. And honestly, I have no clue how you work this boot. Is it like that? Is that how? Oh, yes, it is. Oh, I don't like it. It's weird. It's get out. Yes. I don't know, is there even like a spare wheel under here? Oh, there is. Hang on a minute, there's a wheel under here. What's it doing in the boot? What the hell is this doing in here? Why is it not on the car? Ah, it's got a puncture. Oh, for God's sake, it's literally in the boot. So it's just failed because the actual wheel is in the boot with a puncture. So I'm gonna quickly call up a few garages then. And I think I'm just gonna get a tyre ordered for that and go get that now and get that on the car, because then that's the first thing fixed on the list, as I believe that's probably gonna be the easiest thing to fix on the list. Ah, there we go. Load that one in the boot. Let's go get a tyre. Bam! One new tyre on this wheel, but when I was at the shop getting this put on, we noticed that the wheel is slightly buckled, so we're going to put it on the rear, but once I get it out of the boot, I will show you exactly where it's buckled, and we might have to get it refurbished. So remember last video when we saw the state of the front shock absorber? Look at the state of this rear suspension. That is just crazy. I believe it's actually really easy to access. So you don't have to take anything out of the boot. I think it's literally just under that little like grommet thing there. So yeah, that's all right. We can change the suspension in the rear quite easily, but for now, we're changing the wheel. Oh my God. We might need another tyre, guys. How the hell is this past an MOT? What on earth? Oh, we are not going on track with it looking like that. Bloody hell. All right, we're gonna need a second tyre. That is crazy. As I was saying then, this wheel we got the new tyre on is slightly buckled. Can you see it? Can you see it? Yeah, right there. You see that? We might have to get that refurbished, but it is holding air. Let's go get this on the car. There we go, one buckled wheel on the car. Let's bring it back down and put the one we've just taken off the rear back on the front. And there we go. That is now the alloys put on the car. That looks pretty nice. Definitely a lot better than the spare wheel. So we'll put that into the back of the car and keep that one safe, just in case one of the tyres decides to go pop when we're on track Saturday, if we get the car there. Okay, car is now turned around. What we're gonna try and do is get this door card off to see if we can fix this door handle issue. So what we've done is pop this plastic piece off here, which is a tweeter inside of it. And there's like a bolt there. There's one just there, and then I think there's two on the bottom, one there and one just over there. Undo those four and that door card hopefully will come off. Oh, there we go, door card off. Okay, first thing, let's just spray it with WD. I think we might have fixed it, a bit of WD-40 on it. Okay, no, we definitely have not fixed it, but no. Okay, that got my hopes up for absolutely nothing. So I'm not entirely sure what was obviously causing this issue What I'm going to do is give a go at doing this tomorrow, and then fingers crossed we get it sorted out. Okay, so despite yesterday we got the door card off of the door, as you can see, we did that last night. I'm actually going to decide to work on the headlights today because there's quite a lot more that needs to be done here, and I believe they're a bit of a job to get out because you have to get in behind the bumper. So I'm going to get these out, and then if it goes dark, well, what I'm going to do, get them out, polish them up and have a little look, and if it goes dark, we'll get these back in tonight, and then I might buy some new ones just to be safe. So the first step to getting these out is take out all of the 8mm bolts that hold them in along the top. I'll show you where they are. There's one just there. This one here, which I've got my socket on, another one there, but these three that I'm about to show you, so that one, and that one, they hold the top of the bumper up. It just helps to get it a little bit looser. That one there for headlight, and then that one. So if we remove all of them first, we can then focus on the next step afterwards. So with them removed, you can now see the headlight is slightly loose, but there's another bolt round about here behind the bumper which is still holding it on. So what we're going to need to do, I think, is see if we can somehow drop or get the front of the bumper to come off ever so slightly. And I think there's a few bolts up inside the wheel liner which we can get to hopefully drop this forward a little bit. There we go then, that is the 2 bolts removed. They were T20s that were sitting just up there. You see that hole just there in the wheel liner? Yeah, that was holding the front bumper on there. And this is as close as I've ever got to taking a front bumper off. Oh, it's just fell a little bit. It's just electrical connectors and the front under the tray is holding it on at the moment. But yeah, that's pretty much as close as I've ever got to taking one off. But what we need to get to now is there's a bolt just back there where my finger is, which is all that's holding on the headlights now. So let's get that off, and then we can start working on actually cleaning up these headlights. So we've got that headlight out, and all we need to do on this one is remove the electrical connector right here. And there's 2 little red tabs, which if you push on them, you see that bit then pops up at the top. It's very difficult with one hand, but we can pull on this bit here. There we go, and the electrical connector pops right off. And that is one free headlight from the car, which really does need a bit of work done to it. Right then, we're gonna have to try and obviously polish these up to get the lenses back to be nice and clear. And we've got the Holt's headlight restoration kit here to do so. This is going to be a struggle because these are some very faded, almost green looking lenses. And then we've also got to have a look at the back as well, because obviously the leveling devices is causing a big issue, but I have no clue where you'd find one of them on this headlight. But yeah, we're just going to give this a go and see what we can do. I have given up then with the idea of trying to refurbish these headlights, because it is just going to take far too much time taking out the leveling device, which obviously has caused so many issues. But what I've decided to do instead is order some new headlights. The ones I was originally going to order would have been just stock ones, and they're like £123.99 each. It's like £250 almost, whereas I could get uprated ones which look cooler for £183. So they're coming either Wednesday or Thursday, so just before the MOT and just in time for the MOT, and we can put them back on the car, or put them on the car, and hopefully that'll fix every single headlight issue, because it's brand new headlights and they look sick. I actually cannot wait to get these on the car. I think you're gonna really, really like them. But in other news, I think we have actually fixed the door handle issue. I've literally done nothing except take the door card off and spray WD-40 all over it. But look, it works absolutely fine every single time. So we might have just fixed the door issue, the headlights as long as they come in time. We've also fixed now the wheel issue. There's just one last thing we need to do, and that's the washer fluid issue, which I believe we might be able to take out the expansion tank right here, get all these lines out and see if we can blow through them, or maybe just put a needle into these bits right here where obviously it all gets pushed out of, because it might just be that the pressure is not getting all the way through the system. But right now, we're on track to hit Friday's goal of getting the car ready, but it's just baby steps at a time. Hopefully those headlights come. So just to be safe, I am just going to spray some more WD-40 onto all of these parts, because I really do not want this to fail the MOT. So we're just going to take every precaution we could possibly take, and hopefully it will pay off. There's a load more lube put on the door. Seems to be working all right. I think what we do is if it stops working, Friday morning as I take WD-40 with me, and I just spray some more on Friday morning, and then hopefully when it goes into the MOT they pass on that. But I think we're going to put the door card back on because it seems like the door card's not even the issue now. So we're going to get that back on, and then tomorrow we will probably get on with this washer fluid because I need to research that to find out how you do it, as I've never done it before. But right now, everything is going well. And those will be the famous last words, because whenever I say something ends up going well, it ends up going wrong. Here we go then. The door is still working absolutely fine. So that's that hopefully ticked off the list, as long as it stays working that way, because it's only a WD-40 fix. So, but for now, let's just get the old headlights back on, because obviously if we've got the new ones coming either tomorrow or Thursday, we will swap them over to fix that. So let's get them on. Boom, that is some progress made, although it doesn't feel like much. We have definitely made some progress. The door handle's working fine. We've got new headlights coming to hopefully, well, definitely replace these ones. It's just literally the washer fluid after that. But I will catch you guys tomorrow where we continue working on the Corsa to hopefully get this car back on the road. See you tomorrow afternoon. Day 3, also known as Wednesday. It's getting so close now to the MOT. We have 2 nights left, and then that is it. All the work is done that can be done, hopefully. But we've got to get on with doing this washer fluid today, and it is full, so we know that there should be washer fluid coming through the system, but this is what happens when I pull back the washer fluid motor stick thing. We're getting little to no washer fluid come through. In fact, we're just getting bubbles from where the fluid should be getting pumped out from. Now, I'm hoping that the issue, it's going to be difficult to see, but that is how much is coming out. Not much at all. So I'm hoping the issue is just a faulty motor, because I've got a new motor to replace it. If not, we're going to take out a whole system and clean through the entire lines. So here is the motor that I was on about. This is what needs to be replaced. So this hopefully is what's going to be going back into the car, and then giving us hopefully a washer fluid that's going to get pumped onto the windscreen. But it's really annoying because this was actually working in the last video we did on the Corsa, which was like 2 or 3 days before the MOT. So it literally stopped working like the day of the MOT. How typical is that? We've actually managed to just pull the entire tank straight out. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna empty this into like a jug or something, and then I'm gonna clean it out. It just is really dirty. You can see where the pump goes on. It is absolutely filthy. This thing could do with a really good clean, and so could probably in here as well. It's really filthy. Hopefully that might fix the issue. That's just hopefully though. Here we go then, one really clean tank. I think the issue why the washer fluid wasn't working was, you see this little rubber bung on the bottom, that's got tiny little holes which the pump basically sucks water through. All of this was covered in like gloopy grime, and it was absolutely disgusting cleaning that out. But we got it out, we cleaned it all out. Fingers crossed now when we put the pump in and we connect all the lines up and put the washer fluid back in, it will bring washer fluid through the system, but that grime might have been pulled through some of the lines as well. I hope not, but we're gonna find that out now when we test it all out. But let's get this back in first. So the first thing we wanna do is slide it down the back into place, just like so. And I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use the new pump to try this out. There we go, clipped into position. That is disgusting. I mean, big up Mumsy, she was correct. That worked just as we had hoped it would. But look at all of this grime in the bottom here. That is horrible. And same here as well. Some grime still in there. That's what was in our washer fluid system. Disgusting. Now is the moment of truth. Oh, we actually fixed it. Come on. Oh, get in. I am well happy with that. We've genuinely just fixed that. No way, let's try again. Get in. Come on. I'm so gassed that I've just managed to fix washer fluid. Wow, it's not that big of a deal, but still, that is sick. Come on. Oh, I'm so happy with that. That is the next thing ticked off the list. So door handle fixed, washer fluid fixed, we've got headlights on the way, we've got the wheel issue fixed, we just need to get the brake line fixed, which the garage is doing for us. So right now it's looking like we will be passing our MOT. Fingers crossed, but I'm so happy with that. Get in. Day 4. This is the final day that we have to get the car ready for its MOT. But right now, it's actually not got any wheels on it. It's over there. Well, it's not got any wheels on the front because we've gone to go get some new shoes. Unfortunately, they only had one tyre for us. So we have only got one tyre that's new to put back on the car, but that's okay. We'll just put that one on the rear. We've got 2 new tyres on the rear, then we just need 2 front ones. But we might do that in the future. So let's quickly get the wheels back on, and then the headlights have come, so we can put the headlights on as well. So you may be sat there wondering, why am I putting grippier tyres or newer tyres on the rear of the car? And the reason is obviously that buckled wheel on the other side. I don't want to put that on the front just because of its buckledness. Just to keep the balance of the tyres good, I'm going to put this one on the rear as well. And then therefore, we're not going to have like a tyre offset almost because of one worn and one new tyre on the front, then one worn and one new tyre on the rear. It just won't make any sense in my opinion. New headlights are finally here. So we are getting very, very close to going dark now. Here's just what the old headlights look like. Nothing special, very, very hazy. And well, apparently the adjustment and everything's off for them, but let's get these off. We know exactly how to do it and hopefully get these new ones on. So let's pop the bonnet and get to work because we are really cutting it short today on the very last day. But this is just how we work. It's how we do things. What a week this has been so far. So I've already taken out the wheel arch bolts. We just need to get rid of all the bolts off the top of the bumper and the lights up here. Drop the front bumper and get to the bolts on the side of the lights next. There we go. That is the bumper out of the way. Okay, that is all the bolts removed. Now we just need to get rid of those electrical connectors at the back of the lights. One out. And that is the other headlight removed. Let's get the new ones unboxed and in. I do apologise for the lighting and the quality being woeful, but it's getting dark quick. Anyway, inside of this box is the new headlights. I've already opened this one to have a look. Here they are. I don't know if they need to be pinned or what, but it's a lot of wiring. Hopefully that will just plug into the light and we're good to go from there. But this is what the lights look like. Much, much cooler, much, much nicer than what we've got here. That's going to make a huge difference and hopefully they work. I'm just hoping we don't have to wire any of that stuff in on the back because I am not a good person with electrics. I do not know what I'm doing. And also I didn't want to have to do this. I didn't want to have to modify the car because I was going to leave that to you guys, but these were a cheaper alternative to buying brand new ones or secondhand ones of these. So we've gone for these headlights. Still weren't cheap though, about 184 quid. Let's get them on, hopefully they work. Okay, so right now I have one loosely put on and we're just gonna test the lights to see if this is working or if everything is gonna have to be, what's the word? Wired in properly. I hope not, but why is the key not turning? There we go. Oh, we actually have the headlight on. The headlight is on. Oh, perfect. You know what? As long as full beam work, let's have a look. Full beam. We have a full beam indicator. Oh, we don't have an indicator. That might be an issue. That definitely will be an issue. Oh, that's not looking good. We're gonna get the other side in and try and figure something out because the indicator should be working, but it's not. Once we finish this track day as well, we'll try and get these wired on properly. Yeah, it's a really easy fitment. Literally just goes straight on like the others and the electrical connector plugs in. But yeah, we're gonna have to work out. I think I might know how you do it actually. I'm gonna give someone a go on this the headlight for this side here. And we're gonna plug it on. I'll plug it in and see if it works doing what I think. So we'll try it out. Okay, well, as expected, we have lost daylight, but I have just wired up this side's headlight. So what we're gonna do, let's try this out and see if it works. I'm hoping that connecting all the whites to all the whites, all the blacks to the blacks will make it work. Let's see. Oh, hello. We have got some light up front. Nothing on this one. Oh my God, look at that. Bro, what, we've got angel eyes on the Corsa C, are you kidding me? Look at this. That is sick. Oh my days, that actually looks insane. What the hell? I'm not even going to be modifying this car. It's going to be a track car. Please say these are working. Oh, yes. This thing's going to be a bloody track car. Bro, look at that. That looks unbelievable. Oh, that looks so good. I'm over the moon with that. It looks amazing. Oh, and I found that the indicator problem too. I needed to put the bulb in there. And now that I've put the bulb in there, it's working. So full beam, working. Indicator, you can see it is working. Let me just show you. With full beam and indicator all on at the same time. Bro, look at that. This looks sick. It is so, the camera's barely picking that up. But oh my God. Are you kidding me? Bro, these cost like 180 quid. And they look absolutely insane. Oh, I'm over the moon with this. This is like the first sort of like electrical job I've ever done. And it's actually gone this well. Look at that. Bro, imagine that on track. Me coming up behind someone on track, which probably won't happen because this car is barely quick, but... And they see these angel eyes, mate, that is sick. Right, let's do that to the other side and we can get the bumper back on. And hopefully, well, hopefully this passes the MOT tomorrow, but that's tomorrow's issue. Today's issue, sort these headlights out and get them finished. And just like that, we are done. You can see the Corsa just about there. Let me set you up right here. And let me show you exactly what this looks like. It is amazing. I actually can't believe how good this looks. I think you guys might just appreciate it just as much as me. But here's the new daytime running lights. Oh yeah, that looks mint, doesn't it? That is so blooming cool. Look at this. Proper halos and everything. And then we've got a couple LEDs and stuff. I will admit though, it doesn't quite look right because this is obviously an older car and these just like modern sort of headlights, but that still looks awesome. I'm really happy with that. Here's our headlights, just standard normal headlights. And yeah, if we just put the ignition in, that's the full beam, pretty decent, very nice and bright. And yeah, we have got indicators, just perfect. I am so happy with these lights. Those daytime running, man, they look so good with the halos and everything. Oh, I'm so happy. Let's just quickly go over everything, obviously, that we've done to the car this week and whether or not I think it's gonna pass an MOT. Get your answers in down below quickly in the comments. Is the Corsa gonna pass an MOT, yes or no? So what needed to be done coming into this video? Well, a lot. In fact, so we had to obviously change the tyres on the wheels. Oh no, sorry, we had to put the actual wheel back on the car and put a new tyre on that because obviously it was flat. We've done that. That will now pass the MOT. The next thing we had to do was fix the door handle. Just a bit of WD-40 and everything has fixed that, and that should now be absolutely fine as well. And then next, obviously, we have managed to fix the washer fluid. That is now coming out very nice on the windscreen and the rear screen. It is perfect now, the washer fluid is. There's no faults with that. That will also pass the MOT. And then last of all, obviously, the headlights. Big upgrade on them, actually. I really do like these halo lights. And hopefully they'll pass the MOT. There's so much, obviously, that have failed on the headlights. I'm really hoping that these will pass. They've got, I think, auto adjustment in them as well. So that should fix all of the adjustment issues. Obviously, we've got brand new lenses on them because they're new headlights. So there shouldn't be any problem with how faded and stuff they are, so that should be okay. Yeah, I'm a bit stressed because obviously 2 days time we go to Castle Combe and tomorrow is the MOT, but fingers crossed it will pass. It is now the moment of truth. Let's take the car to be MOTs and hopefully it passes. It's Judgment Day. So here we are then, the day after the MOT, and the car failed. So we were meant to be up at Castle Combe today with the car going on track, but yeah, it didn't pass the MOT yesterday and we're in a bit of a predicament now because we're not at Castle Combe as we're meant to be and we're just stuck at home with the car, still not even road legal yet. So despite fixing all of these problems, the door passed, the washer fluid passed, having the correct alloys on the car passed, and they did fix the brake issue in the end. But what it did fail on was one thing to do with headlights. And that was adjustment. So obviously we've had these new headlights put on the car by yours truly, and they look sick. Like honestly, they look so cool. Maybe a little bit out of place because obviously it's an old car with really new headlights, but yeah, they look sick. But they failed on adjustment, and the garage said they are not going to fix it because there's no adjustment thing in the back of the headlights now, and it all has to be done manually. So I'm going to take it to another garage, see if they can fix it, and then get the car MOT'd again, and hopefully it passes after that. Yeah, what a pretty much pointless week. Other than we fixed some issues for the car. So obviously we're going to have to get that headlight adjustment issue fixed. I could take it to another garage to do a headlight alignment on a jig. And then they can sort it out and take it to the MOT place and then get it passed. And then we can finally put the car back in the garage. So its first track day is going to have to wait until probably April next year now at Castle Combe. Whenever Castle Combe do their next track day, that's when we will be taking it on track. So we've got a very long time to turn this car into something pretty special. Get your ideas in down below. Did you know that my Corsa right here pops and bangs? Or maybe little like grumbles or so. I got this video of it the other night, take a look. Isn't that pretty cool? Just another reason why I absolutely love this car. So despite the bad news of last week where the car failed its MOT and therefore we couldn't take it up to Castle Combe to get it on track, we've got good news this week. So I have actually fixed the headlight adjustment issues, had it re-MOT'd, and that is now passed. So the car is road legal, but it's going back into a garage for like the next 6 months or so until the next track day where we can actually get an opportunity to take it on track. So as I mentioned then, about 6 months until the next track day. So that gives us a very long time to turn this car into something that's going to be so fun on track. I mean, it is already really fun to drive. This car is so much fun. If you've ever driven one hard, then you will not really understand it until you have. But as this series is one that is controlled by all of you guys in the comments, what we're actually going to be doing to the car this week is the most liked comment from a couple of weeks ago, and that was this here, a turbo kit for the Corsa. Now I did say the most liked comment is what I'll do in the next episode, but I also said please be realistic. A turbo kit is just not realistic for the Corsa. Well, it is like a realistic thing you can do to it, but with my budget, I can't afford that. So unfortunately, we're not going to be turbo kitting the car at the moment, maybe in the future. So because of that, we'll move on to the second most liked comment, and that was strip the interior out of the car. And what we're going to do now is put the car straight into the garage, and we're going to start stripping the interior out from the boot forwards, because we'll be able to work out the back here through the back of the garage and hopefully strip this interior out down to its bare bones. So let's get it in the garage, let's get to work. I can't wait to do this. I reckon the car's going to be even raspier from the inside. It's just a typical thing, isn't it, of track cars. Let's get the interior out. There we go then, one little raspy Corsa in the garage. I can't wait to get this interior stripped out now. It's gonna be so much fun. The first thing we're gonna take out then is this bit here that is along the boot. I believe this is like a parcel shelf, I think that's what they're called. Just clips on like that, and then I believe this should just pull up and out. That is the first bit of interior removed. If you want any bits for a Corsa C, let me know down in the comments. I will be selling a load of interior parts over the next couple of days and weeks and probably months. But yeah, that is a good place to start. Let's carry on. The first thing out was the boot floor, and I followed this up by removing all of the plastic clips that were holding it down. Next up was the boot lip cover. It was just 4 T20s holding it down and it pulled straight out. After that, I started to remove the right side panel in the boot. It was held on by multiple bolts and tucked under the B-pillar trim, which I also removed too. And then I removed the left side. Finally, I removed the piece of trim that was covering the inside of the boot door, not forgetting to disconnect all the electrical connectors, including the speakers, because I almost forgot them. So there we go, that is the first day of stripping the interior out of the car, and to be fair, I think we have done a very good job. We've got all of basically the boot stripped. There's a spider as well, it's up here. All right, broski? But we've got basically all of the boot stripped. And yeah, there's not much in the boot, which is pretty good. It's a good start. Obviously we've got the back there off as well, and everything's kind of just sitting around at the moment. But for a start in day one, I am actually really quite happy with that. But we have got so much more to be clearing out of this boot, so I'll see you guys tomorrow. And we're back. It is a new day, and what we got now is the Corsa out of the garage, as we are filming a video which is coming out next week at the moment in the garage, which is going to be quite good and exciting. But what we're going to do is continue clearing out the inside of the car. So I think next thing we're going to do is take out all of the back seats, take out the bench, see if we can start to get rid of some of the carpet and stuff as well. So that's a fair amount of work what we're going to do today, and hopefully we can get pretty much as much of this out as possible. So let's get back to work. So to get these seats out, what we need to do is take off the 2 bolts down here that are holding the bracket for this part of the seats on, basically. And then there's these few bits of trims, but I believe these go down past the door. They also are holding up the seats, and then inside here, like a spring-loaded thing, which the seats sit in. You need to push this bit back here, and then lift the seats up, and they will come out as one big piece. But it's a heavy job, so let's get going. As I just mentioned then, the first job was to remove those 2 T50 bolts holding down the bracket for the back of the seats. I followed this up by removing the bench that span across the width of the car, by putting each part up separately and removing the pins that held them in. Next out were the seat belts, which were quite a bit of a struggle as the bolts are very corroded. Finally, I wedged a flathead screwdriver into the sprung-loaded pins and pulled up the rear seats to remove the assembly as one big piece. There we go then, that is now the rear seats removed out of the car. Next thing I think I'm going to tackle is getting these door trims out of the way. So we've got what's probably a T15 or 20 either side, and then these follow down underneath the doors and right up, I believe, maybe all the way to the front of the car. So this might be a really long piece of plastic here that we've got to remove, and yeah, no, that actually looks like it'll be achievable. Right, let's do that next. So both trims did in fact span the length of the front and rear seats. They were really straightforward to remove, as there was only a couple of T20s and clips holding them down. And that is those small little plastic trims. I say small, they literally run all the way along the car to the front here as well. But they're now removed, and now the next thing we're going to do is take out the passenger seat, because that will give us a load more access, and it's not needed at the moment because maybe soon we'll be putting in some bucket seats. Whatever you guys think we should do next, leave it down below. Top comment with the most likes is what we're doing in the next video, but please be on a budget, guys. I can't be turbo kitting the car, I can't be engine swapping the car just yet. I don't have the money for it. Max budget of around 150 to 200 pounds. So yeah, come up with all your ideas below. Top comment wins for the next video. So whilst I'm removing the passenger seat, I want you to get into the comments and send in your idea. As I said, a max budget of 150 to 200 pounds. A couple of ideas in my opinion could be like bucket seats or better brakes, maybe a different steering wheel, something like that. Whatever your idea is, let it in the comments. The one with the most likes is what we get to do in the next video. Anyway, now that I've got that front seat out, let's see what I've got to do next. Here we are then, that is the passenger seat now removed, and we have found a £1 coin. So I now paid £399 for my track car. That is a bargain now, you know, £399 for this. But let me just quickly show you. Look at the state of all this interior at the moment. We've got the boot mat on top of the car, and then we've got all the parts just kind of dotted around here. Look at this. We're not even done yet either. We've got door cards still to go. We've got the driver's side seat to go. We've got the entire floor mat, the roof liner, and everything still to go. So a lot more work still to do. So let's keep going. Next job on the list is to get these bits of trim removed on the side of the B-pillar. They're what house the seatbelt. As I just said then, the next thing was the B-pillar trims, and there was just one clip at the top which was covering up a T20 bolt. Once I undid that, I could drop them off and then take them away from the seat belts, which I then left to just hang inside the car. There we go, that's the B-pillar trims removed. I think now we're going to work on the headliner, as I don't believe that's going to be too difficult to get out now. All that was holding up the back of the roof liner was a big plastic clip and the 2 handles next to either door. Once I removed all of this, the roof liner was allowed to drop. So this is the rear of the headliner now dropped. I'm going to take off the 2 rear door cards so I can shut the doors, and then that is pretty much all of what we can do back here done, I think, for now. So let's get those door cards off next. As mentioned, next I decided to remove both rear door cards. They were held on by 4 T20s and a C-clip that was around the window handle. The C-clip was quite difficult to remove, and it required a small pointy tool to push it off from around the handle mechanism. But once I finished the left door, I replicated my work onto the right door and got both door cards removed. And voila, this is now the state of the rear interior. This is looking so good now. We are getting very close to having the full interior stripped out of the car. The next thing, I think we're gonna get the passenger door card off and then work on the rest of the roof liner, because we've got like this to take off, these bits and everything, and then we can drop the rest of the liner out, take that out of the car, and then yeah, we should be very, very close to a stripped interior. Come on. The passenger door card is much the same story as the rear door cards, except there is a tweeter aside and the window regulator electrical switch. Once all of the T20 bolts were removed, the door card just pulls away from the door like the other ones do. And after I did that, I removed the big speaker from the bottom of the door and the glove box, and also a few plastic footwell trims. Okay, so I've also just gone and taken out the glove box and the little bit of plastic trim that's down here. Looks like there's maybe one more bit of trim there I can take out, and then that'll be this side of the car done. We can put it all, well, shut the door and then work on the driver's side. The last piece of trim was right at the top of the center console, just underneath the dashboard. Right then, let's just do exactly what we did to the passenger side to the driver's side. I think I'm going to take the seat out as well so I can get better access. The driver's door card we have previously removed in another video, so I won't bore you with how to take it off. But in summary, it's nearly the exact copy of the passenger side one, just with a couple more electrical connectors. Right, we've got as far as taking this door card off, and we should get the seat out so I can get that trim off and get the floor out and then the roof liner, but my GoPro is about to die, so I'm going to record the rest of this on my phone. If the audio quality is poor, I apologise. Like I said, my GoPro is about to die. This is the second battery we've gone through already. Been here for a couple of hours doing this, and yeah, we've made good progress. So let's hop over to my phone and keep on top of this. Now that I've taken off all of the door cards, I took out the final seat. It was just 4 bolts holding it down on the rails and 1 electrical connector to set it free. And I then followed this up by removing the really heavy and dripping wet carpet that was inside of the car, and that gave us then a 90% stripped interior. We are so close now. Okay, so we have absolutely no seats to sit on. Right, we're in neutral. Let's give this a go. My God, it's very loud from in here. Oh, this is gonna be good. So if we want to test drive the car, we've got to kind of sit here, put it in gear, like that. Take the handbrake off. Let's shut the door actually, shall we? Whoa, it's so vibrationy in here. My mate is just laughing his head off. Right, take the handbrake off. Oh, we're moving! Yes! Okay, let's stop moving. This thing is crazy, what? I can't see. I can't see. Left. Right.
Right, there's nothing for me to hold on to.
Right, let's touch.
Oh my God!
I gotta get used to the brakes in this car, sorry.
So you pull it down a bit?
No, it's good.
There you go.
Oh my God, this is so dumb. Oh my God. I'm sorry, guys.
You're not though, are you?
Left.
Right.
Uphill! Yes! Sorry guys, sorry! That was a really eventful first try. Oh, that was really funny. I don't think my mate or my missus enjoyed that as much as I did. Get thrown around inside the car with nothing to hold on to. But yeah, I mean, we didn't really go far. We just literally just went down, turned around and came straight back. But that was interesting. And looks like the rear of the car has slightly come up a little bit on the suspension. So yeah, we have definitely taken some weight out of the car. But yeah, let's get the roof liner out, and then I think the center console will wrap it up for today. What an eventful but hilarious first drive that was. All that is left to come out of the interior now was just the roof liner, and it was really simple to take out, as it was just the front mirrors and the dome light holding it up. Once they were taken out, the roof liner just dropped straight off and came out the boot. Oh, right then, that is a roof liner taken out and pretty much all the interior. I tried to do the center console, but it's held in by the dash. But yeah, that is pretty much everything that we can do this week. Hello everyone, we are back this week with the Corsa, which is right now sat outside of the garage. You can barely see this. And it is freezing, which is why we've started in the car this week. But what we need to do is we need to get the garage open in just a second and pull the Corsa in and get all the lights on. But right now it is currently 1 degrees. Look at that, it's 1 degrees outside, or 1 degree should I say, because it's not plural. But we do need to push the Corsa into the garage to work on it because there's no lights out here. Can't even see what I'm doing, let alone you guys see what I'm doing. But after last video on the Corsa, the most liked comment was to get a new exhaust system for the car, but I've not quite got a full system, but we've got an exhaust part which I think is gonna probably be better than a system. Just you wait until you see what we've got. Okay, we actually need to get this car jump started because the battery, once again, is dead. Go on you! Yes, I'm so not hench, but hench. Okay. We are almost in the position to get it jump started. Oh, okay, let's jump start the car. Edging, 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 edging. So we have just jump started the car. We've got it hooked up to the BMW here and then hooked up to the Corsa here. And just listen to the exhaust tone, bro, listen. And you're telling me you want me to change this? All right. Sounds pretty good. She doesn't sound bad at all. Mind you, that was really hard because I literally could not see through this windscreen. Maybe I should have de-iced it. Oh well, don't matter. It's in the garage now. But let's show you what we've got to put on the car. I haven't even unboxed this yet, so it's gonna be my raw reaction when I unbox it. It looks sick. So what I've got here in this box is a brand new 4-to-1 or long tube header, depending on which one you want to call it pretty much, exhaust manifold for the Corsa. This is gonna be nuts. I've never done an exhaust manifold before. I can't wait. This is gonna be sick, mate. This is gonna be sick. And what's even better about this manifold is it is catless. So we're gonna be getting rid of the catalytic converter on the car. Sorry, one of my lights are dead. And we're gonna be replacing that with this just basically straight pipe out of the exhaust outlets, and yeah, just straight through to I think just the back box on this car. I don't think there's center silencers or anything like that because of how old it is, which is awesome. I'm hoping this is going to sound so much nicer after this. It already sounds really good. We're just going to be improving it and making it better. So this exhaust manifold I got from Gravity Performance UK. They're based in, I think, Manchester. If you want any parts from them, I'll leave links to them in the description. This isn't sponsored. It's nothing like that. Just I'm using their product for the first time. Links are down below. But let's get this cut open because, like I said, I haven't even seen this manifold yet, so I have no clue what it looks like. I've only seen photos of it online when I bought it. But whilst I do unbox this, which is going really badly right now, this series, the one on the Corsa, is controlled by you guys. So whatever you want to see, leave in the comments. The one with the most liked comment, like these are the first 2 most liked comments, and this is what we've so far done to the car because of these comments. Whatever the most liked comment is, in the next video, we will do it. So if you want to see, say like well, we need bucket seats in the car, please guys. I literally have no seats at the moment in the car. Please say bucket seats for the next video because I desperately need them, but there is a budget of like maybe 200 and something pound because I don't have massive amounts of money to spend, which would be fantastic. Here is a gasket that I can already see. But yeah, please put your comments in below. Most liked one is what we do in the next video. But now, this is the moment that I've been waiting for. Oh my, look at this manifold. Oh, there's quality control pass. Look at this. So we've got here, we've got 2 new exhaust gaskets and all of the bolts, which is really, really nice. Thank you very much for that, Gravity Performance. Look at this exhaust manifold. What is this? Oh my days. No way is this going on my car. Oh my God. What is this? No, this is gonna sound incredible. What the hell? Okay, I'm not gonna get too ahead of myself because obviously it's not on the car just yet. But this exhaust manifold is, oh mate, look at these tubes going into one big one. Oh my Lord. Okay. Let's calm ourselves down and let's get to work and get the old one off. Oh my God. So to begin then, what we are going to do is take off, I believe this is like a heat shield possibly, or some sort of cover that's over the top. It's a E11 there. I've already taken that one out, but there was one there. And then there's one down here as well. The only thing is, I'm not sure how I'm going to get it out over the top of this O2 sensor. I think that's an O2 sensor anyway. But yeah, we'll take it off and then we'll just see roughly what we can do with it. See if we can move it out anywhere and leave it somewhere. All right, that took a little bit of time, but we've got this heat shield out of the way. And the reason why it took a bit of time is because the O2 sensor, which is like I think this one, it goes through the heat shield. And as you can see, it's been closed up by this pin right here. And I thought, oh, I could just angle grind a slot in it and take it out. But then I realized, hang on a minute, I can just pull it out, just keep this wire through it for the moment, and when we undo it there, we'll just pull it through. We can take this off the car and then we'll be able to show these lovely tubes off when we pop the bonnet. But we've got to take this off now, which is obviously the old exhaust manifold. We've got the catalytic converter as well, which is on it, which is coming off, which is fantastic. But next we need to do is start working at these little nuts and everything that are around the manifold, start getting all of them off. Yeah, I think we'll start there. Let's go. I'm well excited now. So up top now, we have removed all of those nuts, and as you can see, the manifold is nice and loose. We've now jacked the car up, and there are 3 more 13mm nuts just there on the bottom of the catalytic converter to remove. And then once we've done that, this whole manifold should be free to come out the car. So let's get those nuts off. There we go, that is the exhaust now removed from the cat. Thanks to the flexi pipe, I was able to pull down the exhaust and lift out the cat. And all we need to do now, hopefully, is just pull this up and out. Right, so I've been trying to get this out for about 5 minutes. And what I've decided to do is take off the bracket that was here and here, because they were slightly in the way. And now what I'm going to do is put my phone down and try to use 2 hands to lift this out, because I need to pull out both sides at the same time and then up out the stud in. So I'm going to do that and give that a go. And fingers crossed we get this out. And if we do, I think I might try and start the car and see how loud it is without a manifold or any exhaust whatsoever. Yes! That's the old manifold with the catalytic converter out. Oh, come on. Yes! Oh, what an achievement. What a achievement. Come on! Oh, I'm well proud of that. That is sick. Look at the size of this cat. And that is going to be replaced with just 1 pipe. And these short little pipes, nah, they're getting replaced with 4 decent sized ones as well. Oh, guys, this is a big achievement for me, you know. First ever exhaust work. And it's not taking me long at all. That was such an easy job. I'm really hoping that it's as easy to get the new one back in. But, oh yeah, that was good. Come on. Now we can really see the difference. Old one, new one. This is going to sound really, really cool. I cannot wait to do this now. Just look at the size of this cat compared to the pipe that we're getting. Obviously, this isn't the biggest cat in the world, but still, it's been replaced with a pipe that's not actually that far off the size of it, and there's no sort of silencer or anything in there. We're not going to have any of that. It's just going to be straight through out to the exhaust. Oh, mate, this is sick. Oh. I might sound so pathetic right now, but oh, this is so cool. This is so So cool. I can't wait to get this now on the car. Oh, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Good afternoon, day 2, and we have got the car ready to be jump started right now because the battery is completely dead. And I am really nervous because obviously we've got no manifold on the car, but this is gonna be hilarious. It's just gonna be so loud, and hopefully it's gonna spit some flames, but we're gonna switch the car straight back off afterwards and put the new 4-to-1 manifold on the car. You ready? Start it. Oh my days! Jesus Christ! That is so loud! That is so loud! That is so loud! Right, yeah, turn it off. Jesus Christ, that is so loud! It stinks of fuel. Oh my god, that was so funny. Whoa. Oh mate, that was so funny. All right, that's enough. What we're gonna do now is get the new manifold on the car, because that, although it sounded really loud, it sounded rubbish, didn't it? It did not sound good at all. So let's get the new manifold on the car. Those headers look so good. I can't wait to do this. Let's crack on. Before we get the new manifold on, we need to first get this new manifold gasket on. And that's basically going to sit just down here where these outlet ports are, and it's going to create a seal between the exhaust manifold and the engine block. I thought you got the flash. Cool. Oh yeah, the gasket sits on nicely. Good. Right, that's that on. So, time to get this really good looking 4-to-1 exhaust manifold on the car. It looks absolutely incredible. Hopefully, when we put this on, it's gonna make the car sound so much nicer than when we had no manifold a minute ago. That sounded rubbish. But this should now slot into place, and does nicely, and will, there we go. That is it in place. We just need to put the nuts on to hold it in place, and then we need to connect it to the exhaust at the bottom of the car, and that's it fully installed. That's really easy.
What did your dad say about saying that?
Well, that was easy to put on. Boom! We have got the exhaust manifold in the car. It looks sick now. Look at that. It doesn't even look right, but it's in the car. Next thing we need to do is get the car up in the air and attach the exhaust to the bottom of this manifold, and then we'll be all done. We can start the car and hear this thing roar for the first time with this new long tube header 4-to-1 sort of exhaust manifold. It is sick. Boom! We are now up in the air. Let's get this gasket on the bottom, and let's get the bolts that come with this kit and the nuts on the bottom too, and then start the car. Boom, done. We have got the manifold in place and connected to the exhaust at the bottom of the engine. This thing looks unreal. Let's give it a start, and hopefully it sounds really nice. So Bert has just come out and started to rain, but we have got the car connected to the BMW. We're gonna jump start this now. Fingers crossed it sounds really good. Bit nervous because I haven't started this yet. I hope it's gonna sound really good. But here we go. As long as the car is in neutral, let's just check. Yes, right, let's do it. Not gonna lie, that doesn't sound much different to what it did before. Now, I don't know if that is a good thing. Has this even made a difference? Honestly, I don't know. We will find that out. I'm going to disconnect these cables though quickly. This is what the exhaust tone is now then. I don't really know if that's much different to what it was before, but let's give the car a few revs. Hopefully this sounds nice. That's got like some backfire on it and some like proper banginess. That sounds sick. No way. Right, I'm gonna leave the mic out here. You guys listen to this from the outside. And don't worry about this, that is just condensation because the exhaust has got wet from the rain. Come on, that sounds sick. That sounds so good. It's got a bit more of like a round to it now. That's got a nice note to that. That sounds awesome. I am really, really happy with this new manifold. Yes, that sounds so good. That is my little Corsa. That sounds so, so nice. Let me know what you guys think of that in the comments. Obviously, get your comments in for what we should do in the next video. The one with the most like comments wins. I can't get any rollers with the car, unfortunately, because I have no seats. So bucket seats maybe for the next video would be really, really nice, but it's up to you guys. Anyway, thank you ever so much for watching. That was so much fun getting that manifold on the car. A really good and easy job that was actually. I enjoyed that so much. This is my £400 Corsa, and I'm turning it into a track car. Yep, pretty exciting. But for me to turn this 20-year-old Corsa into a track car, it's going to need a lot of work. And so far I gave the car a full service, which included 4 new Iridium spark plugs. There you have it then, a Iridium spark plug by Bosch. A fresh lot of oil along with new air and oil filters. After that we changed the headlights to some angel eyes just so it had passed an MOT. That looks mint, doesn't it? And then you guys suggested that I should strip the entire interior out of the car. So I did, leaving nothing but the dash and the center console behind. And most recently it was requested that I change the exhaust. So I changed the old exhaust manifold to a new 4-to-1 catless one, and it was safe to say the car was very loud. Start it. Jesus Christ! No, not that startup. This starter. Let's do it. And this week we're going to be putting in the first bits for bucket seats. Now I've already spray painted the frame underneath where the seat will be going. Let me quickly show you why and how I did that. Cooking up a storm. Try and sand back all of these bits of rust and then put some primer on them, see if I can spray paint them to make them look better. That's not good. The rust could get quite bad. The same goes up over here, look, and here. And to be fair, the passenger side is not terrible. It's just like these bits on the driver's side that I want to see if I can see if we can just sand back, put some primer on, and get them painted. The blue that I've got is probably not going to be an exact match, but I'm not too bothered. It's going to be covered, and it's a track car. Who cares? So you've probably got the gist by now, but the reason I did spray paint this was to hopefully prevent it from rusting further and worse in the future. So to do this, I gave it a blast of 100 grit sandpaper, 1 coat of zinc primer, and then 1 coat of some Whole Foods gloss blue paint. It turned out pretty nice in the end, and you can see by my reaction, I did like the look of it. There we go. That's the majority of this now painted with this nice blue. I actually really like how this blue looks as well. It looks really, really nice. From my voice muffled is because I've obviously got this mask on. But yeah, that is a decent first coat. I think we're just going to leave it there for now. We'll let it dry. Maybe apply a little bit more just over here quickly. Yeah, no, I think that looks pretty good. I am quite happy with that actually. I think if we leave it at that for now then, and then like I say, if we want to put another coat on it tomorrow or another time, we can. And that is the frame of the car now painted. Hopefully this will stop it from rusting in the future, as it will not help me if it does. So what you can see here is the bucket seat subframe, and this took 2 weeks and 5 days to be delivered. And the reason why I'm opening this at night is because when I got it, I was so eager to open it as I had to wait so long after paying next day delivery for it. And I didn't get around to fitting it in the end, and you'll see why. But that's why this shot was filmed at night and the rest of it was filmed in the daytime the day after. So as we already know then, this took 2.5 weeks to be delivered, but now it is finally here. I mean, looking at this, I could have made this at work probably way cheaper than what I paid. This was £124, are you kidding me? Here it is anyway. A new bucket seat subframe for the Corsa. So the first part that we've got is this subframe here to cover up what we have just painted on the frame of the car. So I believe this should go on and sit in place somewhere around here, like that. I think that's right. But before we put it in, we've got some other bits to put onto it first. How do cameramen get angles on videos and stuff? Just think of things like that. No, that's not what they do. So what I've got right here are these seat brackets from OMP. They are 36 positions, so we can put the chair in quite a lot of positions once we obviously get it on. But these are gonna be perfect. So let's open the box together, shall we? Let's have a look. Ooh, look at that. That looks really nice. Yeah, that's what I mean. Look at all of those positions on the side. We're gonna be able to put the chair however I want once we get it, but that looks awesome. First to give the subframe a quick wipe over with some white spirit. So me and my girlfriend are gonna assemble up the brackets onto here. We've got the base plate or the subframe, whatever you want to call it, and the brackets are gonna sit, if I can just move my hands, there, thank you very much, in these slots along here, and then these slots along here. So we've got quite a bit of adjustment on it, back to forwards and side to side. So yeah, let's get these assembled and then get it into the car. Whilst waiting on a bucket seat, I just put the brackets onto their center slots just so they're kind of in a position where I can adjust them once I actually get a bucket seat. I then used an M8x20 cap head with a washer and an M8 nut with another washer on the other side to clamp them onto the base plate or subframe, whatever you want to call it. It's literally the same thing. Well, there is one bracket assembled. It's as simple as that, just nuts and bolts. Let's do the same on this side and then go put it in the car like I said. So literally just rinse and repeat exactly what I did for the first bracket. We're going to use bolts, washers and nuts to hold it on in place, and once again on the center slots so I can adjust it to my liking when I actually get a bucket seat. Let's go and put this in the car. Hopefully, if I've ordered the right subframe, all of these countersunk holes in the corners should line up just right. So the car originally came with some M8 by something cap heads, and this subframe here has countersinks. So I've gone out and picked up 4 M8 by 40 countersinks. These are them right here. We're gonna put these into all 4 corners and this should locate into the right place once we get these on. So let's get to fixing. So as I said, then I had to go out and get some countersink bolts to fix this base plate or subframe onto the frame of the car. The reason being was that all 4 corners of the subframe were countersunk, and the 4 bolts that were obviously on the car before were cap heads. If you use a wrong head bolt in, like, say if you use a cap head in a countersink, you'll either damage the countersunk hole or it just won't locate properly, or just both. So I wasn't going to risk it with cap heads. I just went out and got some countersinks, which is why I did not fix this in place the night before, because I didn't have the bolts on me. I couldn't go get any because every shop was shut by then. So once all 4 bolts were in and tightened down, the base plate was on and in place. There we go then. That is this base plate or subframe, whatever you want to call it, with these brackets in place. That looks awesome. I really am happy with this. Just a bucket seat next, and then we're all good to take this car out on its first stride. So we are all done with this installation of the subframe and the brackets. It looks so cool. I am really excited now. We need to get a bucket seat in there. Short on money, so I can't buy one just yet. And I want to also go get one tested, because apparently you need to have like the right one over your shoulders and back and all of that. So basically need to get a test fitting first. Once we've done that, we can get an OMP bucket seat in here. And then what next? Like I said, leave all your ideas in the comments. Whatever gets the most liked comment is what we'll do in one of the upcoming videos, because next I am going to try and get the bucket seat in the car. So yeah, it can be like a video ahead then, which is good. But if I was to call for anything, I'd say maybe some stiffer suspension, because that is a big gap. Like, I can almost get my fist in that gap. We need to get the car lowered, a bit stiffer, so when we're on track, we're not going to be leaning too much. That's just my idea. Or maybe a new steering wheel, because this one is not great. It has been growing mold and stuff. It's quite disgusting. But yeah, whatever you guys think, leave it in the comments. We'll do that in not the next video on the Corsa, but the video after, because the next one we will get a bucket seat in the car. The next thing we said to do was obviously a bucket seat, and I've got the brackets and the base plate in there. And in my 3 Series over here, we have a humongous box, which has come all the way from Poland. I think Poland. And this is our bucket seat. Right, it's time to come out. Oh dear, how do I get this in? Oh, there it goes, kind of. I think we've got it. One OMP HTER bucket seat in this box. I say we get it out and we get it in the car. I can't wait, let's do this. So let me just put into perspective this bucket seat then for you. I told you at the start of the video that I bought the Corsa for £400, which I did. I can show you proof if you want. This bucket seat alone, £513. How does this cost more than a car? I do not know, but it's here. I feel sick in my stomach saying how much I paid for it, but let's get it out and get it in the car. I can't wait, can't wait. I've been so excited for this. Now the problem is I don't actually know where to start. Like there's so much tape on this thing. I don't want to cut the wrong thing and cut the seat, you know. Oh, I saw it. Oh my gosh, there it is. It's just there. This looks so good, this looks so good. Oh my God, it's there. There it is, there it is, there it is. Right, we need to get the top off now. Oh no, it just comes up to here. Oh my Lord. Oh my word, what have I bought? What have I bought? What? Oh my God. Here it is, people. Here is our new bucket seat for the car. This is gonna be, oh my God. Hello, you. Now we need to get this out of the bubble wrap that it's sitting in right now. Or should we get out of the box first? Let's get it out of the box first. There we go. She is out of the box, covered in bubble wrap. Oh. I hope you guys are I hope you're as excited as I am, because this is just massive. All right then, let's get this bubble wrap off, I suppose. Here we go then. Let's pull this thing up. Okay, we can now pretty much see the seat. I don't know if the camera's picking it up, but if I come a bit closer, you can just make out some details of it. Okay, so before I get that fully out, I'm just gonna go get the bracket and the subframe, because I've read that apparently if you get this on the bracket and subframe first, or get both brackets on it, you can line it up in the car to begin with as one big piece and then bolt it in. So let's quickly get those other bits. All right, we've taken this outside, and what we're gonna do now is fully reveal the bucket seat. I can't wait any longer. Here it is. Oh my Lord. Look at that. What am I in now? What have I got into? That looks incredible. Okay, so we're going to tilt this on its back and get the 2 brackets on the sides. Once they're on, I reckon we'll look to attach it to the base plate after. So to attach the brackets onto the bucket seat, I used some M8x25 cap heads with some washers, and then I used a hole on the back of the bracket and a slot on the front to line up where I wanted the bucket seat to be. There, brackets attached. I would sit on it, but I got a wet bum, and I don't want to make this dirty since I just literally got it. But we're going to go do a test fit in the car now, and yeah, we'll get it in an area where I want it. But this, we're putting the pieces together. So to line up where I wanted the bucket seat to be, I just put it on the base plate, sat in it, kind of moved it around until I felt comfortable, but I found out that it was a bit too high, so I have to drop it down on the brackets. Okay, so we're on the phone over here. Hello. I've decided I'm going to drop the bucket seat down on the brackets. It's a bit too high, so we're going to do that quickly. So I tried to drop the bucket seat on the brackets, but I wasn't able to, and we'll get onto that a little bit later. But instead I tried to line up the brackets with the base plate, and they wouldn't line up because the seat just wasn't over the top of the slots. Okay, so I've encountered an issue. All of these slots that sit along the bottom of the bracket and the base plate are not lining up with where I want the seat to be. So I'm gonna have to drill through this base plate to create a hole that I can then obviously clamp these brackets onto. Now see, that wouldn't be a problem normally. It's my job. I'm a machinist, so I'm used to doing things like that. I don't have the tools on me. I don't have a drill. I don't have like an actual drill, but a hand drill. So I can't do that at the moment. And as it's gone dark, I either go home and get it and come back, or I do it another day. And I think I'm going to do it another day because I've actually got another idea of something I want to do tonight, and that's take off the steering wheel. So I think I'm going to put this to the side for now, we're gonna get that steering wheel off. The reason why is I need to measure the spline size so I can order the right adapter so that I can obviously fit the steering wheel when that comes in a couple of days. So that's a little bit unfortunate. I did watch videos and they did say you're probably gonna have to do that, so I kind of expected it, kind of didn't. It's just annoying that I'm gonna have to drill through the base plate, which is a bit extra work, but I can do it. It is nothing that I've not done before. So like I said, in the meantime, let's get the steering wheel off. There's that little sort of bolt thing there on the back. I think it is a bolt. Same on the other side. If you get both of them undone, the airbag comes off, and then there's one huge bolt that goes right into the steering column, which you take off, the steering wheel should come off with it. So let's go and do that. So there's always a first for everything. And I've just taken this airbag out for the first time, which is quite rusty behind, but we now need to disconnect. Oh, I'm holding the phone and the light with one hand, but there is an electrical connector on the back of here, just there. That one we now need to disconnect, and then it's that Torx there. I imagine that's like a 45 maybe to undo. This whole steering wheel will come off. So let's get this off. There we go, airbag removed. It was literally just held on those pins just there, so it just pulled out. Now let's get that big bolt out. So it's now another day, and the other night I did actually get the steering wheel off, and I managed to measure the spline size. So once we got the airbag off, and it was that T40 or 45, I can't remember which one, bolt there, steering wheel came straight off, and it was a 21mm spline in the end. So I've ordered a new adapter, a Momo adapter I think it is, with a 21mm spline on it. And then we've got a steering wheel which got delivered today actually, but I'm not going to fit it this week, so I'm waiting on that adapter. Obviously we're trying to fit the bucket seat, which is back here in the back of the garage at the moment. And obviously when we tried to do it the other night, we realised we've got to do some modifications to it. So I have picked up some bits from work. We're going to modify the brackets, the base plate, and get it in the car, and hopefully have it fit properly. So let's get to modifying the bits and get it in the car. Also recently I put up these signs. It's a bit dark in the garage, can't really see them, but we put up these signs as a kind of like a little feature wall in the garage. I want to get one more here that just has like my YouTube thing on it. My girlfriend got me these for Christmas, and you guys have been saying that she's a keeper. I think they look pretty cool. I'll go through them quickly. What do not lick the walls, because she thought that'd be quite funny, is where I live. Apparently we do that. I actually licked it. The next one we got says dead end. Pretty cool. We've got an E30 here. This is one of my favorite ones. That looks so nice. A proper classic one. No camera one. Yeah, we're using a camera. Who cares? WD-40, an old bike, no speed limit, and then VIP access only to this garage. So yeah, I think that's a pretty cool little touch, but obviously what we're here for is this. So obviously the other night we were trying to get these brackets installed. We've got that side on where I want it to be, but this side, it's ever so slightly out, because obviously this is a fiberglass bucket seat, and I think these are forged aluminium plates. So there's gonna be discrepancies in like the tolerances and stuff. So it's not all gonna be perfect every single time, which is exactly what's happened here. So I've got a 9mm drill in my drill, and I'm basically just gonna pop this through, and then that bolt should be able to go on, because they're only M8 bolts, so it means they're 8mm wide with a 9mm hole. It should fit perfectly. There we go, that's popped through. I'm thinking I should have brought something to deburr it with me. That's my fault. It'll be all right though, as is. So let's try and get that bolt on. Silly me, I stopped recording. And the reason why I did that is because I thought I lost the bolt, but well, I have no clue where the actual bolt I'm using it is, because as you can see, this one's got a wider washer on than this one. This one's a 20mm long bolt. That one's a 25mm long bolt, I think. So I had to go take this one, which is what's actually going to be holding the brackets onto the base plate, but the seat is now on both brackets and it looks awesome. Like, that looks so good. I'm really happy with that. Now, what we got to do is get this in the car and then get it lined up in the place I want it. And then what we can do is take a center punch along with a 6mm drill and then a 9mm drill I think I've got on me. And we're gonna line it up on, like, say, one of these slots maybe. And we've got a center punch, basically a bit where I wanna drill through. And then once I've center punched that, I can drill through it. And then once that's drilled through, put a bit of primer on and then bolt the, what are they called? The brackets to the base plate and have the seat in the car. Okay. Let's get going. So just like last time, we put the seat back in the car, I got in it and then adjusted it to the position that I wanted to sit in. So I'm quite happy with the position that it's in right now. I'm quite happy with this. So we're gonna take one of these bolts with this washer, and then we're going to take one of these nuts here. So this is a nylock nut. So basically it's normal nut with a bit of nylon just sitting in the top. I don't know if the camera can focus on that. I honestly can't see. And basically when you thread this through, it will thread that bit of nylon and it should lock the bolt into place. So we're gonna try and thread this into the bottom and, like I say, lock it on. So as I just mentioned then, I tried to use that nylock nut to get one of the bolts locked on place through the slot so that I could line up all the others so I can drill through the base plate. So the bolt is there in with the nut on the bottom. So what I can now do is go back in and get my seating position kind of where I want it. We're gonna try and get some positions now and then see whereabouts we can drill through this subframe and then fix the brackets onto it. Right then, bucket seat back out of the way. We've got this bracket here and we've got the bolt that I had lined up in place now. What I'm going to do is just center punch somewhere around here and then drill a hole straight through the base plate or subframe, and then we can fix this bracket in. Then I need to find a way to do that on the other side. So I use a center punch to give myself a little center that I can drill through and a 6mm high-speed steel drill to create my first hole. Well, it appears my 9mm drill is really blunt. I think I might have done that by drilling the aluminium bits out on the brackets, because it cannot drill through this bit of steel to save its life, whereas my 6mm drill was absolutely fine with it, yet this has been reground a couple of times, so my 9 is dead. I need to go get a new one. Quick shopping run done, and I've now got a brand new 9mm drill. So let's drill these holes out, and then we can fix this bracket on and then try and do this side. Let's go. So I have no clue how I managed to blunt my 9mm drill by drilling through aluminium, but when I came to drill the steel base plate, it wouldn't do anything. But a shopping trip later and a new 9mm drill and it cut absolutely fine. Then I was able to put the bucket seat back onto the brackets and the base plate and then line up the bracket on the other side so I can drill through holes there as well. Now with the seat back on the base plate, what I now need to do is scribe 2 positions along here where I can bolt this onto this base plate, and then we can fix it in the car for the final time, and then we can say we've got a bucket seat in the Corsa. So we're getting real close now. Just got to keep doing a little bit more drilling and fixing and we'll be there. Let's keep going. So I was able to mark out 2 areas where I can drill holes for the other bracket, and then I put my 9mm drill through that as well, but I didn't assemble the bucket seat up, and you're about to find out why. It's been about 30 minutes now since I started working on drilling these bits over here. And what I've done is I've set up, obviously, this bracket here like we did before. The bracket that's on this side, I've drilled a hole there and a hole there, which we're gonna fix it on. And then that bracket is now fixed on the bucket seat just here. As you can see, it's fixed in place, and then we're gonna fix it on through the hole that's here. And then this one, I think is that slot just there. So we're gonna do that. And the first thing we're gonna do is put the subframe into the car and then drop the seat on afterwards, bolt the seat onto that bracket, and then bolt the subframe onto the bracket there. I think that's how we're gonna do it, and then we should have a bucket seat in the car. I cannot wait to do this. I'm so excited. So for the final time, we put the subframe into the car, bolted it down, and then we put the brackets with the bucket seat in, bolted the bucket seat up to the brackets, and we were done. I'm coming to you live now from inside the Corsa on Sam Bryant's YouTube channel. Here we are, sat on the bucket seat in the Corsa. Come on, guys! Yes. This has been so long in the making. Like, ever since I stripped the interior out back in November, and it's now almost February, and I finally got a seat back in the car. From painting it to getting the bucket seat subframe to the brackets to now the seat. This has been such a fun journey. I can't wait now to get the steering wheel next week, which is smaller than what we've got here, because what we've got here is it's quite large and it's like kind of in the way of my knees right now, so the smaller one's going to be really good. I love this so much. I can't believe that we've got to this point with a car with a bucket seat that's actually more expensive than this whole car. Oh, we've still got A-pillar trims on, I just realised. How have I not taken these off yet? I am so excited now to drive this back into the garage. Let's do that, and then I think I'll close up tomorrow when we've actually got some daylight. I can properly show you what we've done. But this is just like, I wouldn't say a dream come true, but this is like a huge moment for me. I can't believe I've got this. All I need now is like a racing harness or something I can actually drive the car. So end of March when we go to Castle Combe, it's looking very much likely that it's going to happen now, so I am so glad. Anyway, roll those montage clips in the daylight. I'll catch you then. Well, here we are then. We've got the bucket seat in the Corsa. This is so cool. It's actually really comfy. For a bucket seat, I didn't expect it to be comfy, but it is. It looks absolutely fantastic. It's quite difficult to get in and out of, but I don't care. It's practical for what we're going to be using it for. Just look at this, man. How can you tell me that does not look so cool? Like, what on earth? From when we got this car with a normal interior to now having a bucket seat. This is a huge moment. We're so nearly back on the road with it. I cannot wait to get it on the road. Come on. So do you guys like this seat or do you not like this seat? I actually really like the head bolster bits up here. This is kind of what I was going for. I really like this sort of design. I just think it looks really good. Gives you some head support as well, so you're not going to be banging your head about when obviously you're going around the track, which is very nice. But obviously next week we're going to be changing out this steering wheel. The steering wheel and the adapter has now arrived, so that is definitely, I promise, it is happening next week. So don't worry about there not being a video, there definitely will be one. This is my Vauxhall Corsa seat that I bought for £400, but it has a twist. It's becoming a track car. And here's another twist for you guys. It's controlled by you as well. Yeah, you heard me right. This track build is completely out of my hands and in yours instead. Because at the end of each video, whatever has the most like comments is what we do in the next one. And because of that, we've so far done quite a bit to the car. Like the very first sort of track modification that we did was stripping the whole interior out of the car. There's just a dash, center console and A-pillars that are left at the moment. And then, because of the way this series works, the next thing we did was put a new exhaust manifold on the car, because that's what you guys wanted to see next. And I think it's safe to say the car sounds pretty nice now as well. I hope that was helpful. And then after the exhaust, we started fitting in parts for a bucket seat. So in the first part of that, we put in a bucket seat subframe and the brackets, and in the most recent video, we fit the bucket seat itself. And now, as this car is so far from being track ready, I need you guys to get into the comments and comment what we should do next, and the one that has the most likes is what we'll do in the next video. So get down there, get commenting, but for now, let's see what we're doing this week. So what is it that we are doing this week? Well, obviously last week we put the bucket seat in the car, and I've actually taken it out at the moment because it's at work, and I'm currently modifying the brackets and the base plate so that it will fit better than what it did, because it was a little bit rough. I didn't quite show you, but it wasn't fantastic. So when I finish doing that, I'll bring that back and we'll install that after, because what you guys did request this week was a brand new steering wheel, and we've pulled through with yet another OMP part. So let's get this out and get it on the car, shall we? But to fit this new steering wheel, we're gonna have to get a brand new adapter, obviously, because it's not gonna fit onto the column or the steering column in the car. So we've got this little box here from Momo, and that should do the trick. Well, whether this is the first video you guys are watching on my channel, or maybe the second, third, fourth, whatever it is, I greatly appreciate if you could go down there and hit that subscribe button. 2025 is a year that I'm going to try and work a lot harder on YouTube and produce better content for you guys. So if you could just reward me back by hitting that like and subscribe button, I really, really appreciate you. But anyway, steering wheel time. I don't know why I just became Jack Black all of a sudden. So in the previous video, I took off the steering wheel and the airbags. We had to measure the spline size so I could obviously order the correct adapter. Now I did that when it was quite dark outside. You couldn't really see what I was doing. So we're gonna do it again and actually explain it a bit better and show you what I'm doing this time, because well, if you're doing this yourself off this video, you might want to know what you're doing. Now first we've got to take off the airbag, and there is, just if I bring this stalk down out of the way, there's a slot, oh it's difficult to see, just there where my finger is. Exact same on this side, just underneath that stalk. If you undo the bolts that are there and here, where my finger is over here, the airbag will come off, and then there's just one electrical connector. So let's get both bolts out and I'll show you exactly what I mean. On my steering wheel, these are T25 Torx heads, so just keep that in mind if you're going to do this yourself. So that's both bolts taken out, but they actually won't come out if you're doing this to your old Corsa. Just know that the bolts will not come out, they'll just undo. Now the next thing that we can do is pop the airbag out. If your battery is charged, I would recommend disconnecting it. That's because you don't want this blowing up in your face, but as my battery is absolutely dead and every time I need to drive the car I have to jump start it, it shouldn't blow up in my face, but seems like I haven't undone the bolts enough. And there we go, just a little bit of loosening on the bolts again, and this literally just pulls straight up. And that electrical connector that I was on about is this little one just here. So what you want to do is pull this green bit up and out of the way, just like so, and then you can just literally pull this off of the airbag, like so. And that is your airbag fully disconnected. So that's a really easy job. Doesn't take much time at all, and as you can see now, we've got all of these electrical connectors, or electrical wires should I say, and one connector down here which you are going to want to disconnect. Just lift it up and pull. There we go. Because now what we're going to do is undo this big Torx bolt here. I think it was a T40, and then the steering wheel will just pull off. So it's really easy, nothing daunting or scary, because to be honest, when I did this last week for the first time, I was actually like pooping my pants because oh my god, I'm taking the steering wheel off. But it's literally nothing to be like worried about. It's so easy. Just remember to disconnect that battery. Let's get this bolt out. It's a T50. We literally just got to undo it and it'll just come straight off the steering column. If doing this yourself, just keep in mind that this bolt could be seized depending on the age of your car. That's the little stubby bolt out, and let me show you how easy it is now to take the steering wheel off. Making sure to pop both the electrical connectors through as well. Just like that. Really straightforward. It's nothing to be getting worked up about or like scared to do. Such an easy job. Now we need to put this new steering wheel and new base on. Now another tip that I will give you is literally what I did myself. If you're going to do your own thing like this where you change your steering wheel, you might want to measure this. This is what the spline is, and it's just got a load of serrated teeth on it, as you can kind of see. It's quite difficult for the camera to pick up, but basically there's loads of teeth that go around. Now it lines up with the steering wheel, and you need to get the right teeth sitting on the right like serrations, or like, it's difficult to explain, but the right slots has to line up with the right slots, so your steering wheel is straight with your wheels. If you get that wrong, you'll have wonky steering with straight wheels, or wonky wheels with straight steering. It doesn't matter, but that will happen if you don't get it right. So that's why when we fit this now, we have to get this correct, because if we don't fit this correct, the steering wheel is literally going to be on the wonk. So what we've got in this little box by Momo is literally all I said. It's just a steering wheel adapter. So here we've got, so these are electrical connectors, so you can wire up a fake airbag, so it thinks your airbag's still there, and the horn, which is quite nice. This is the main adapter itself. I know you guys said as well in the last video that I should have put this on first before putting my seat in, but I know that's quite thick. The steering wheel I've got is a flat steering wheel. It's not got any depth, so I don't think the steering wheel is going to be sticking out much further than what it was before, which is quite nice. Here we've got a little Allen key and some bolts to hold on the steering wheel, and then this like metal spacer plate by the looks of it. So that is literally, yeah, that's all we've got in here. So this should be quite straightforward to get on, because it's just going to line up on the spline here, and then the steering wheel is just going to sit on top of that. So it's really easy. This is like such a straightforward job, but I've said it now, I've jinxed it, haven't I? Let's just do it and see what happens. So by the looks of it, we've got to get these two electrical connectors through this big hole at the top of the adapter. That shouldn't be too difficult. They should just slide in, and they do. And with that, we can literally, well, I've already done it, push the adapter over the spline on the car. The next thing to do is just to drop that humongous bolt wherever it was, or this short stubby bolt. This one right here. All we need to do now is just do this bolt up inside of the adapter, and the adapter's on. I then torqued this bolt up to 15 Newton meters, which was recommended by Momo. So if you're doing this yourself, make sure to check first before doing it up. And now finally, to top it all off, the steering wheel itself. Whoa, wow, look at that. Here is our new steering wheel. Like, oh my. That looks so nice. So this is the OMP Trecento steering wheel. Apparently Trecento is like an era in Italy about art or something, I don't know. This steering wheel comes in 3 different sorts of finishes. There's a leather one, a different type of leather, and this one, which is a suede Alcantara one. Oh my. Oh, whoa. Oh my, does that feel nice. And also, as I mentioned in the last episode, this steering wheel was quite big. It was like blocking my knees, and it was 375mm diameter, and our new one is 300, which you can see is so much smaller on like a side-to-side comparison. Oh yeah, this is nice. This is really nice. So what we're going to do is take these 2 electrical connectors, pass them through, and we're then going to line up that little metal plate with the steering wheel, just like that. And then we're going to take this bag of bolts here with the Allen key in, and we are going to start bolting it on. When doing these bolts up, I didn't do them too tight because I don't want to damage the steering wheel, just needs to be tight enough to hold it up. And then I did opposite ones as well. Because they're countersunk, they'll line the steering wheel up into position it's meant to be against the base. And there we go. Just like that, our steering wheel is connected. We've also got a little horn button by the looks of it. So if we can find a way to sort of maybe push these electrical connectors out of the way, we can get that attached on. But oh, look at this. Look at this. All right, it's quite dark, but oh, wow. It feels lovely as well, like really, really premium, high quality. It looks amazing. Like that looks so much better than the stock steering wheel. And it just looks really track car kind of vibe as well. Oh, I love it. That is such a good addition. But now we need to sort out like these connectors and stuff. So I'll quickly do that and see if I can sort of figure it out, because I'm not very good at electrics. I think I've sorted something for the electrics. It's been a couple of days and I've done a little bit of research on this sort of stuff. And this one here, what we're connected to, is the airbag. Well, what was obviously connected to the airbag. And this was like a resistor sort of thing that came with the hub kit. So with that connected, we should no longer have an airbag light on the dash, but I think we need to cancel off a code first, because when we started the car with it off, it has brought a failure or a code up on the dash. And obviously the other electrics was the horn button. Now I don't have the horn on at the moment because I think I assembled this wrong, and I'll show you why. But first we're going to get the bucket seat back in the car, because I've finished modifying the bits I need to modify, so we should hopefully be able to have a pretty nice setup in just a minute. So we've got the base plate and the brackets back in, and what I had to do was modify a slot in there and then a slot into there so I could get these countersunk bolts in with the brackets locked on place. And then what we can do afterwards is just drop the bucket seat in. So yeah, it was a bit of modifying at work, but it looks really, really nice now. So let's get this in properly and fit the bucket seat properly as well for the first time. So let's do this. So just like we've done before then, we did up the 4 M8x40 countersunk bolts in the corners to line up and hold the base plate down. Okay, so with the base plate and brackets now locked in place, we'll drop the seat on, bolt it onto the side of the brackets, and then we're done. So we're close. All that was left to do was just to drop the bucket seat over the brackets, do the bolts up on the side, and it was done. This time though, I've used stainless steel bolts because I found the old ones were starting to rust a little bit. And to be fair, they do give an extra touch of shiny metal and look really, really premium. Here we are. We have now got the bucket seat with the steering wheel in the car, and I know some of you said that when I put the bucket seat in, I should have put the steering wheel in first, because it will probably be very different when I've got this in. But because this steering wheel is flat and this base doesn't protrude very much, when I sit in the car, I'm in my perfect position even with the steering wheel. So this is perfect. The placement and fitment of the seat is perfect, and we can fully wiggle and the car will move with us, not the seat instead. So this is perfect. We fit it perfectly, but the steering wheel we haven't fit perfectly, so we've got to just do a little bit of adjustment here. I think it's this metal plate that's sitting in between the two we don't need, so we're going to take the steering wheel off, take that metal plate off, put the steering wheel back on, and then we should be able to put the little horn button in afterwards. So let's do that next. So all I had to do now is take the 6 bolts out of the steering wheel, that little metal spacer plate that I spoke about earlier, and then put the steering wheel back on and do the 6 bolts back up. Really straightforward. So that's the steering wheel now installed without that metal bracket behind it, and I should be able to push the horn button on now, but we're going to have to wire that up correctly first. So obviously, as I mentioned earlier, the airbag one is all connected and that's hooked up fine, but obviously this one here, which was the other electrical connections, we need to hook the horn up to this one. So this is the horn button right here. This should, once obviously we've got all these electrical connectors tucked in, up and out of the way, should just clip onto the steering wheel, and then we've got an OMP sticker to go on top of this afterwards. And on the back of the airbag, we've got 2 male connections, so it doesn't actually matter which way we hook this up. So as long as we get the correct pins on the back of this electrical connector, it isn't going to matter where these are. So to actually get power to this, so we can check if the horn's going to work, we're going to need to jump start the car. So let's quickly get us switched on. Car is on, and we have got an airbag light on the dash. So maybe we have wired this in the wrong way. I'm actually not sure. We'll try flipping the wires around and see what happens. No, okay, so we've still got an airbag light. It's probably because I started the car without an airbag on, so it's like red that there's no airbag, and now it needs to be reset properly. So Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to get my code reader on the car and reset that. But anyway, let's hook the horn up. Now, I'm gonna try and find a ground, which I think is this one right here. Push it in there. Then we'll push this red one in here as well. We press the horn button. It worked. There we go. Right, so that's perfect. We've got the horn working. Now, I think if these two metal pins were to touch, yeah, so the horn goes on. So what we need to do is we need to put some electrical cable, or what's it called? Insulation tape, that's the word, around these connectors so they can't short out all the time. And then we'll have a working horn button. So yeah, that was quite easy. Let's just fix that up quickly. Okay, so both are now connected with a bit of insulation tape and the horn works. Perfect. So what we can now do is push this with these cables into this bit here, and hopefully we can get it all to fit. OMP designed these kits very well because that horn button just slotted in very nicely on the steering wheel. The horn is now connected up and works. Perfect. All we need to do now is just put the little sticker on it. And there we go. With the sticker on, that is our steering wheel fully fit. Oh my lord, that looks cool. Oh, that looks really, really nice. I am so happy with this. And the bucket seat is starting to look really racy in here now. We can call it a track. It's not quite a track car yet, but it's definitely a track. Nearly focused car. This is so nice, man. Look at this, the Alcantara suede. Man, it feels really premium. And yeah, that's not coming off. That is really firmly fixed on. I'm so happy with this. Like, this is really nice. Leave a comment down below of what we should do next, because whatever the most liked comment is what we will do to my track car, Corsa, whatever you want to call it. And this is quickly becoming my favorite series on this channel. But anyway, let me just give you guys some quick B-roll footage of the setup in here now. It looks phenomenal. There we go, Ben. This setup is just so cool, man. Like, we got the OMP steering wheel here with the horn attached. Battery's so dead, it won't do anything, but that looks incredible. The Alcantara feel as well. I think it's suede. I don't know if it's Alcantara. I'm pretty sure it's suede. Then I've got the leather bit here at the top, and it's proper OMP, because I did read a comment a few months ago where someone said, do not get a cheap one because they're really bad quality and they will just bend. But this feels like really strong, and like, oh, it feels amazing. It like really does feel nice to hold. It feels just so good. It's tiny though. It's really small. I noticed like last night when I was just moving the car back into the garage, my God, does it feel tiny, but it feels racy and I love it. I'm so happy with this little mod with this steering wheel. It was so easy as well. Like, I can't believe how easy that was to do a steering wheel, but yeah, I love this. I'm just waffling, I know, but this is just so blooming exciting and cool. I love it. And obviously we've got the bucket seat properly installed now. It is very comfy, and with this steering wheel, which is at the perfect length, like, yeah, this is incredible. I'm so happy with this. So in my video a few weeks ago where we put the bucket seat into the Corsa, the most liked comment was to put a short shifter kit on the Corsa, and that's exactly what this box here from 4H Tech is. So hopefully we'll be able to battery gears quicker after we put this on. I've never done this, so I don't think it's going to go very well. Like, it usually doesn't want to do something new, but let's give it a go and hope it goes for the best. So I've done a little bit of research online about 4H Tech, and they pretty much just do short shifters for any car on the market. So this hopefully should be the correct short shifter, and it should fit the car because, like I said, they specialize in this stuff, so this should be pretty much spot on. Now in the box we've got some stickers and some other bits, which is quite nice. We might actually put this on the dash of the car. Any sticker we get, we're going to put on the dash of the car. That's a good idea. I think about here will do. There, on she goes. Lovely. I know it's dark and you probably can't see it, but first sticker on the car. Bosh. Looks sick. And now the rest of the stuff in the box, because it's now empty, is our little kit. So I think, here it is. It's honestly not much stuff. I don't know how this makes the distance between shifts shorter, but apparently this does. So we're going to scan the QR code right here, find out how to fit this and get to it. Oh my God. This is so difficult. So it looks like we've got to go in the engine bay, do a bunch of stuff, possibly even get the car up in the air. I have no clue how I'm gonna do this, but we're gonna give it a go. Let's do this. Okay, I've just had a look where it is on the engine bay. Guys, please pray for me. This is literal pain. So we have the engine right here. And if we just take a little trip down here, we can see, just down there, we can see a drive shaft. And obviously it's a front wheel drive car. So the gearbox is sat just under the engine. Let's go down here, shall we? So I'm hoping I'm looking at the right thing on camera, because what right here is in front of you is what we've got to change. Now, let me just back up again. That's behind and underneath the engine. Why have you got me to do this? Before we try and actually do this, because we will, no matter what, let me just show you what the throw is on the gear stick currently. So you're just gonna have to ignore the mess of the center console at the moment. I've kind of got it loose. Yeah, but basically, gear stick here, that's up into first. That's a long way to travel. That's neutral, that's first. And then down into second, that's a long, long way. I'd say that's probably like 80 mil, 90 mil of travel. That's a long old way. So then third, down to fourth. Obviously, it's not gonna hurt too much on track having that much gear travel or stick travel, whatever you wanna call it. But having a shorter travel means we're gonna be able to snap and smash through gears a lot quicker. So hopefully we get this right. Let's just give it a go. All right, so first job, we need to get the car up in the air and on some jack stands. If you're new here and you haven't yet, hit that like and subscribe button down below. I'm working on some new projects that will hopefully be coming out soon, so make sure to keep your eyes peeled and stay tuned. Boom, car's in the air. Now let me show you what we've got first to do. So first we will go into the engine bay and remove this little pin here. Now, I don't know if that's like a hex head or if that just taps out. We're gonna have to find out. Hopefully, it is a hex head because I don't have a hammer on me. And for anyone wondering, it is just down here where my finger is. So yeah, it's difficult to remove. So I was completely wrong about this pin. There was a little hook holding it down. If you squeeze that in and then pried it up, it just pops straight out. There we go. First part removed. That was that little pin. So to do it, with this little hook here, as you can see, you just push that in, you can then pull it out. I pushed it in and then pried it out from the bottom with pliers. So I was holding it like this, had the pliers, and then I pushed it up like that. Popped straight up and out. So that's the first bit removed. What a dirty little part that is. Okay, so next we need to get under the car. This is why we jacked it up, and we've got to get to this little circlip. It's difficult for my camera to focus, which when we undo, I think part of the shifter will be released. And once again, for you guys wondering, it's the underneath part of that. So we've got the wheel off, and now what we need to do is kind of angle ourselves under here, and let me just zoom in. Right there is a clip, and that clip we need to remove. Now if I turn it round so I can access it a bit better, the way to take this clip off is to kind of pull the bottom bit down There we go. We've got the clip off. What you need to do is pull this tab down and then it slides off. So with that clip just there, now removed, we'll move on to the next bit. Now the next thing we need to remove is that little bolt just there. It's difficult to see it, it's difficult to reach it, but that's got to come off next, because once we do that, we should be able to take this whole mechanism out. So this bolt was a T50 Torx head bolt, and it held together the gear stick and the gear selector. Okay, so after about 30 minutes of pain later, I've managed to get that bolt out. It took forever, and I do not recommend doing this unless you have a ramp, because laying on the floor, getting loads of dirt in your face is so bloody irritating. Now though, we've got to get this clip off. It's the exact same as the other one, so I should be able to just lift it up and pull it off. But yeah, I keep getting mud in my face, in my eyes. It's so annoying. I should probably have safety glasses on just to stop it. But oh well. We got it out. This is the old mechanism. It's 20 to 10 at night as well. This is I'm doing this so late because the parts arrived so late. But I've managed to get it out. That was difficult. Sorry for not videoing it. It was just very difficult because of where it is in the car basically. But let me just kind of explain it while I've got it out. So there'll be a clip underneath the bottom of here, which was obviously through there, and then another clip, which was somewhere down on the engine there. This here was where that ridiculous bolt went through. It took half an hour to get out. And then you've got obviously the pin that sits through that hole there and that kind of fork there. That's it. And then it just pulls up and out of the car. So yeah, it wasn't too difficult on paper, but because I don't have a, what's it called? A lift, that makes it more difficult. But we've got it out, so let's show you what we've got to do next. So next, we need to remove this little black cap, which I don't actually quite know how. I'll have a look at the instructions that come with the new kit and see if I can figure that out. The easiest way that I found to remove this little black cap was to push it down, twist it, and then just pull it straight off. Ah, there we go. So to get this little black clip off, we push down and just keep twisting and that will come off. And now these come in half. There we go. Next, we need to disassemble this whole bit here. So let's just do that quickly. Well, this hasn't really gone to plan and I'm a little bit annoyed with myself and just pretty much anything in general right now, because basically this here is a circlip. Yep, normal thing. Circlips, you know, they're a generic thing in the car sort of industry, and I don't have a circlip tool, which is really annoying. But basically I need to take these circlips off so I can pop these bits out. There's one on that side as well, but I don't have a circlip tool, so I can't do that. And then I need new bushings to replace that one. There's one on the other side, and then bushings that will be in there, and bushings that will be in there, obviously for the new one, which I can't do at the moment because I haven't got any on me. And the reason why I need to do them is because they're so old and they're so brittle that I tried to go down and it just snapped. I need to get new bushings, which probably won't come now before the end of the week, which is really frustrating because it means I can't get my video out. See you tomorrow. Hello everybody, we're back. It's actually a brand new week because as you've seen my post, which I put on screen right here, we didn't finish obviously in time last week, so we put a video out on the BMW. I'll leave a link up here for it. But we've gone and got the kit that we need. It's got all the bushes, plastic pieces, everything here that wears out over time. We've got brand new stuff in this bag. So we should be able to interchange everything except the hard bits like the aluminium bits and bobs like that. Basically, I'm not explaining it very well, but everything that can be changed will be changed. I've also picked up a circlip ply set, so we can definitely finish this job now and get the short shifter back on the car. It's not gonna be as easy as that because then we've got to like do something where we can find the gears afterwards. I don't quite know how it works, but we're gonna give this a go. And fingers crossed we get this done because I'm looking forward to it. So let's give this a go. I don't know how it's gonna go. I've never done it and I'm not very good with this sort of stuff. So we're gonna wing it. Hopefully it goes well. Let's do it. So what I was really struggling with last week are these circlips on that ball joint there, and then the circlip just there on this ball joint as well. So with my new circlip pliers, we should be able to get these off. Okay, so now we've got these circlip pliers, we can literally just pop the circlip, hopefully. Well, it came off and went absolutely pinging, and I have no clue where. But we should be able to take this ball joint off now, hopefully. So in this bag then is our brand new short shifter kit, which I think is replacing this part here. And as you can see, that is a lot shorter. So that should, in theory, reduce obviously the throw between changing gears. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Now, the first bit we're going to need to do is pop the new bushes into our short shifter, which says 4htech.com eShift on the back. Pretty nice, but those are the new bushes in. These are actually the bushes that I snapped, but because I ordered this kit, I've got everything brand new. So that means even these plastic shells which pop over these bits here, even they're brand new. And to partner these shells, you've got these blue plasticky bits which will also sit over this ball joint, just like so. And then there's also this little rubber ring, which I think also goes around this as well. Okay, so I think that is now this end of the short shifter set up with all the new parts. So we've got obviously the bushes here, these new plastic bits, I don't really know what they do, and then these plastic bits as well. Looks quite good now. Another thing we can change over as well is this plasticky bit here. We can get the new one that has also came with the kit to replace that. So here's the new one, and that slides well, should slide, hopefully, straight on. It's stiff, but it's on. Another part we've got as well is to change this little nylon bit, but the only problem is I have no clue how you get it out, so I don't think I'm going to be able to change it over to the new one, which probably isn't going to hurt too much because although this is dirty, it's still in alright condition. So the next thing we need to do is put these bits back on, which obviously sit over these new blue parts that we've put in, and they're really stiff because obviously we've got new ones on, and I don't quite have a hammer on me to hammer these up together, which is a little bit annoying because I could probably do with one right now. So I've brought this home because I was struggling to do it at my garage, and what I was actually struggling to do is get these two little bits here onto the ball joints that we've obviously got here already. So what I've done is I've put these on, as you can see, and then I clamped them in the vise to get them somewhere close, but they need to be on far enough down so that that slot at the top just there is showing up the top so you can put a circlip on it. But as you can see right now, well, it's nowhere near. So yeah, I'm struggling to get this together, but I might have an idea of how we can get these the rest of the way down. So my incredible idea, not to toot my horn or anything, was to use a socket in the vise along with these two bits that go together, and basically clamp it so the socket pushes the metal bit over the ball joint and down far enough where we can put a circlip on. I was actually amazed by how well this worked as well. I was shocked. Oh yes, there we go. Using a socket and the little vise down there, we've managed to push this over the ball joint, I think, basically. Now we need to put a circlip in that one, do the exact same on this side. That is good progress. It's such a smart idea as well. Get in. And then using one of my circlip pliers, I was able to put that circlip over the slot on the plastic bit and hold it all in place. So there we go. That is one circlip installed. I don't think I was meant to push this down as far, but it's on there. It's going to do the job. Happy with that. And then I repeated that entire process of what I just did for the joint on the other side as well. There we go. 2 circlips installed. That was such a good idea, man. I'm so glad I came up with that. Now we need to connect the bar between that ball joint there and that ball joint there, which is this little bar here. Now, there are these 2 little clips in here which haven't gone on anything yet. I'm not sure if they go on this, but if they do, I have no clue how. So this bar connects up both ends of the shifter by clipping into their ball joints. And there's that metal bar connected. All we need to do now is just put the first piece that we took off back on, and then this whole mechanism is back together and can go straight back into the Corsa. So to finish assembling this little shift mechanism, literally, as I said, I had to just put that last piece back on with the black clip on top to hold it all together, and it was ready to go back into the car. And there we go. That is our short shifter all set up. This is ready to go back in the Corsa. It looks awesome though, actually. Really looking forward to getting this back in. So let's go do it. And we're back at the car. So what we've already done is got it up in the air and got the wheels off. It's quite difficult to see. But what we're gonna do is get back underneath it, get that little mechanism back in and get it all connected. But then we've got to do something to actually get the gearbox in line with the gear stick. Don't really understand it, but we're just gonna get it back in place first, and I'll try and explain or even have a go at what we got to do after that. Yeah, let's do this. So now it was everything we've already done, just in reverse. We put the shift mechanism back in, dropped it through its little slots it is held in, put the clips in, and then we came across a little bit of an issue. If you've got arachnophobia, I would look away now. You can right off. He's moving. Oh, oh my god, it's gone. It's right next to my head as well. Big up the missus here. I am scared of spiders and we were on call, so she decided to screen record it. Yeah, I need a weapon. Oh. I hate spiders, man. I don't like this. I'll survive. Come on, 10 seconds. It's an in and out job. Come on. I did it. I overcame some fear. 2 days later, and I finally built up the courage to actually finish working on the car. So I got most of the shifting mechanism in the other night before obviously disaster struck with said spider. But now what we've got to do is lock the gear stick in place. So if we have a look here, there's this slot just there, which is 5mm. So we've got a 5mm drill, and apparently you should be able to push that down and in. I don't really think that's locked the gear stick. I don't actually know what that's done, but yeah, it said that I need a 5mm drill to go through here. I don't know what that's done. Like, in all honesty, I have no clue whatsoever. But let me show you what we're going to do next. Sorry, I was wrong. Actually, where we've locked the pin in is basically there's a little slot. If I take this out of the way, just there. You see that little hole? So when this lines up through that hole, which it should just about go through. Oh, come on, there we go, like that. This gear stick is now locked in place. Now I can show you what we got to do next. So now back into the engine bay, what we've got to do is wiggle the mechanism that we just put back in the car. So the shift bit, which is obviously down behind there. And then there's a little pin just there that I've got to press in at the exact same time as wiggling that, so we can match the position of the gearbox with the gear stick. And then we can tighten up the bolt that's underneath, and then we can take everything back out and we should be done. So let's try this and hope it works. And this is where it all collapsed and fell apart. I just could not get this pin to lock the gearbox at all. I'd like to say that I've done it, but I haven't. And I don't know why. I've been at this now for about an hour. I just can't figure this out. Like, we're meant to somehow put the gearbox in the right sort of position. So this is fourth, that's third, and then that's neutral, and then you can twist this fork like this to get like first, second, fifth and stuff. But I've tried every single position. This pin will not go in. I just can't figure out why. Like, I put the gearbox into third, then I put the gear stick into third, and like I then tried to like tighten it up to get like a rough position, but that didn't work. Like, I don't really know what's gone on here. I don't know why this isn't working properly. If you could lend me a hand in the comments, please let me know, because I'm really stuck. I have no clue why this isn't lining up and locking in place, because it's literally the last thing we have to do, and then we've got gears again. So I don't know. I have no clue why this is going on, but I'm going to stick at it for probably like, all right, I'm going to keep trying to figure out why. I'm reading through forums and everything. I'm doing what everyone's saying and it's not working. So yeah, it's getting a little bit frustrating because I want this to work, but at the moment it looks like it's not going to, and I don't know why. Another half hour later, still haven't sorted this out. I've been reading so many different things now about what, like, apparently you're meant to turn this to the left and then push that in. I've read somewhere you're meant to put into third gear and push it in. No matter where I put it, it doesn't go in. So, I don't know. I have absolutely no clue why this isn't working. And, well, I've pretty much ran out of time this week now. I don't know. We don't have gears right now, and it's frustrating me because, like, everywhere says it's so straightforward, but it's not. Why is this not working? Like, oh, it is really annoying me because it's the last thing that I need to do. It's typical, isn't it? It is blooming typical. Anyway, get your comments in down below. What should we do next? Obviously, we're not finished here, but whenever we do the next video on the Corsa, which by the way, we put in a air intake on the car to replace this box here, because that was the most liked comment on the recent video. So make sure you don't comment that again. But yeah, whatever has the most liked comment is what we'll do in one of the coming videos for the Corsa, and we'll also try and fix this gear issue. But yeah, I'm stumped. Haven't got any time left this week, which is just frustrating. Now I do plan on fixing that gear linkage issue, but first I've got this green performance air filter to put on the car. As this was the most liked comment from a video in about mid-January, I haven't been able to find one until now. So let's get it on the car, because this has been literally about 2 months in the making. I'm so glad I found one because there's like none of them on the market. This was pot luck. But because of that gearbox issue, the car is currently stuck in the garage. I can't really move it out because to get it back in, it's got to go up this, which is like a little bit of a hill and then a step. And Have you seen me, mate? I'm literally skin and bone. I've got no muscle. I can't push the car up that. I've tried it before. I have to start the car to do so and drive it in. So we're gonna have to do it inside the garage where it's gonna be a little bit dark, unfortunately, but I'll set up as many lights as possible and try and make it look as good as possible. But before we do that, let's give you a little before sound and then we'll give you an after. I haven't started this car, I don't think since about January either. So it's been sat there for about 2 months, not running. So this is going to be an interesting start. So this is going to be roughly what the lighting is. I'll set up a light down here so you can see what I'm doing. But yeah, it's not perfect, but it will have to do. I wish we could get the car outside and do it out there in the sun, but we can't, unfortunately. But one thing that you guys were sort of slating me for in the comments was jump starting my Corsa with my BMW. I've got a jump starter right here, so we can jump start the Corsa, and then I can show you what it sounds like before and then after, once we fit this air filter. Let's do this. What the hell? Why was the horn like that? Okay, we've just disconnected the horn on the steering wheel. It's not going off. Let's start the car. Well, she goes. It's been a while, but she goes. She sounds as smooth as ever, which is good. Let's hear her from the back. Yeah, she sounds smooth. Let's fill her up with the fuel first. 10 litres of fuel I bought quite a while ago, actually. Probably, it was back in January. Get this in the car. There we go, 10 litres of petrol put back in the car. I think what we'll do is let her warm up, give her a few revs. Right then, let's give it a few revs. That doesn't sound bad at all. So let's get this changed and see if it sounds any better. So unfortunately my good wireless mics have just died, but that's okay. We can go on to the wired mic, which doesn't sound as good. But let's get this airbox off. So first up, we're going to disconnect this hose clamp, which is connecting the airbox to the intake pipe. Now due to the age of the car, I had to be careful not to snap anything in case it had rusted too much. There we go, that's that disconnected. Next we need to just pull this line out over here, like so. There we go. The next thing we're going to do actually is take the top of the airbox off, because I want to be able to see what we need to take off without this being in the way. So I've disconnected 3 of the bolts, not all 4 because I haven't actually been able to, as they're really rusty. But this was just held on by these 2 clips at the back here, and we've actually been able to take this out nice and easy, where we can now put the new one back in. Anyway, here's the exciting part. This is our brand new air filter. It looks wicked. It looks so nice. I've only ever used Ram Air before, but today we're using green performance filters, and that is going to look wicked. This also comes with a sticker, which if you've been watching this series, you know exactly what that means. There we go, that looks sick. So the first thing we're going to do, swap out this old hose clamp for this new one, which is quite a bit heavier, you know. I think this one's quite heavy duty, so that's quite nice. Now we're going to try and get this air filter over the stock intake pipe, just like so, and then we should be able to get this hose clamp over both, and we should be able to do it up. I had to completely undo the hose clamp just to get it over the air filter. Just keep that in mind if you decide to do this yourself. So that's the air filter in place. Now there's a bracket that we need to put onto it. This one just here, which will go on the end like this. And then this will bolt up into, I think, this bolt just down here, which holds, I don't really know what that holds on, but I think it bolts into there. I never figured out what this bolt was actually doing in the end. It kind of just went through the frame and went to nothing. But it was a 13mm head, so I took it off, put the bracket through and bolted it on, and it was solid as anything. There we go, that is the air filter installed. So we've got it clamped to the frame of the car here. It is really in there, that's barely moving. And then we've also got it attached to, well, this bracket to the top of the air filter with a lock nut. All we need to do now, I think, is just zip tie this up so that it's not just loose and flinging around, and then I believe we are done. there we go. Now I don't think I've got anything to cut that with, unfortunately, so that's just gonna have to stay flinging around like that for now. But that is the new air filter. That looks really nice. Yeah, I like that. That looks good. So obviously we've got the performance exhaust manifold, the performance air filter. Is this engine gonna sound really, really nice now? Obviously the exhaust at the back does, but is the intake sound gonna sound good? I don't know, because when standing still like this, intake noise is not massively loud, but when driving it is. Let's start the car and see what it sounds like. The engine should be warm already because I only started it about 20 minutes ago and had it running up to temperature. So let's give it a few revs and hopefully this air filter has made a difference. So I don't know if the microphone can pick that up, but I am convinced that sounds better. There's more of a trum, trum each time now. It sounds sick. Each time I do a modification like this, it just makes me want to get this car back on the road more and more. But we've got some stuff to do if we want to do that. And it's very expensive to do that too. That is enough. That sounds really good. I'm really, really happy with that air filter. So glad I finally found one. That's 2 performance air filters installed in both of my cars now in the last few weeks. I love an air filter and I'm actually really happy with this one, and it's the first one I've ever had that's like this. I've only ever had foam air filters from Ram Air before, and this one from Green Performance is really, really nice. I'll leave links to Green Performance down below. This is not a sponsored thing. I'm just going to do it because that's a pretty damn good air filter. Oh man, I just want to drive this car. I want to drive it, but we've got to fix this gearbox issue or the linkage thing next. And then we've got to get some racing harnesses in the car. But to do that, we first are going to have to get maybe a roll cage or some sort of cage in the car or something that can hold a harness. But as this is a series controlled by you guys, get in the comments, what should we do next to the Corsa? Please be reasonable though, like I have not got an unlimited budget, so I can't be spending loads of money. I know that we need a roll cage and harnesses, which are so expensive, but I just don't have the money for it right now. I have recently though got a welder, so maybe we try and weld up our own roll cage, but I guarantee it's not going to be very good. I'm a terrible welder. So yeah, get in the comments. The one with the most likes is what we'll do in the next video, or one of the next videos on the Corsa. But yeah, I love that air filter. It looks good, it sounds good. Now we've got to try and figure out this gearbox problem. Hello again, it has now been 2 days and it's time that we sort out this gear shifter issue. Now last time we got the new short shifter in the car, we connected up the majority of it, but not all of it, because we can't get the pin on the gearbox to lock in. And then, well, once we get that to lock in, we can then get the gear shifter locked in place and we can then tighten it all up. But because we can't get that pin in the gearbox, we can't get this all together at the moment. I'm not really explaining it very well, but I'll show you what I mean. So my gearbox has that pin just there. You see that little thing with the yellow head? That's the pin I'm on about, and that has got to be pressed in when that fork just there is in the correct position. That then locks the gearbox into the correct place, and then we can do this to the shifter. If we move the shifter over, you can see that little hole, that will line up just ever so slightly like this, and then we can put a 5mm drill through, and then the gearbox and the gear shifter are then aligned, which then means we can tighten everything up, and then the gearbox and the gear shifter will be correct and we'll be able to get every single gear. But right now it is not connected, so I can't drive the car and it's stuck in the garage. So the first line of attack is try and get that pin in the gearbox in the correct place. Now you guys did leave a load of comments and I'm going to go through all of them whilst I try and do this to see if what you guys say does help. I hope it does, and I hope we can get this, because if not, I have got an idea of how we could do this. Now, one of the comments that you guys left was to make sure that the pin is released. Now, I didn't try that, and I don't think there is a way that it does release. I believe the position it's in is the position it's meant to be in. So I went through all your guys' comments and ideas. I tried all of them and nothing seemed to work. So I decided to call up a Vauxhall garage to see if they've got any tips. They sort of just said put a bit of WD-40 on it and see if that works, but nothing worked. But I did have one idea left. Yeah, I can't get this to go in. I have absolutely no clue why. The pin is loose. The pin's not seized. I can spin the pin, look. So it's clearly loose. I just can't find the position for it. And look, if I move the shift fork all the way to the left, you can't see, but it's all the way to the left. This pin doesn't go in, and it's meant to. And there is nowhere that it will go into that I can feel. It's not wanting to bite on a single thing. Now, my idea was to put the gearbox into second and then try and line up the gear stick where I think second would be and tighten everything up. Here's how it went. So I've just pushed it into what I think could be second. Now what I need to do is go put the gear stick into where I believe second is and then get underneath the car and tighten everything up. And by everything, I literally just mean the clamp that holds the shift fork to the shift mechanism, which was a T50 from underneath and then a 13mm nut on top. There, we're all tight now down here. The gear stick's where second is. I hope the gearbox is in second, because if so, this should work now. Here we go then. First, second, third, fourth, first, second, that's quite loose, third, fourth, fifth, I don't really. I don't know. It doesn't feel good whatsoever. Do you guys have any idea as to why maybe the car is being like this? It's definitely worked here because it's no longer in a gear, but I don't know. It doesn't feel right at all. It's really stiff. And the gear changes just doesn't feel right whatsoever. So that has popped off, which might be one of the reasons why it feels weird. And I know why. You guys said about those clips. I need to put them on, and I will. I can pop that back on and get those clips on, and then hopefully that shouldn't come off. Maybe that's what the issue is. I don't know, but I can get each gear. It just doesn't feel right at all. I think we're going to have to leave it there for now this week with my track car. This air filter looks amazing. It looks a little bit more racy in this engine bay now with the Green Performance air filter, that 4:1 header. It looks quite cool. Obviously this is only like a 90 horsepower engine, so it's not going to be anything special, but we're going to have loads of fun in it when we eventually get it to a track day. But get in the comments then, as usual, what should we do next to my Corsa? I think I do have a plan with a roll cage, but it is going to take a bit of time. Give me any ideas. It's not a roll cage, not a harness, and not a bloody turbo kit, 'cause I can't afford one. And there's no point in doing it. I might as well just get a new engine or a different car if I'm going to do that. And the one with the most likes is obviously what we'll do in one of the upcoming videos. A few ideas could possibly be maybe like a strut bar across the engine bay, or a strut bar for the rear shocks. Coilovers, maybe new wheels. That one's a little bit boring actually, because I can't really make a video around just brand new wheels. It doesn't have to be track related, like the headlights have changed to these halo ones. And I've just realised I'm recording all of this without even using my mic, so the mic quality is going to be poor right now, but it's alright. Hey, what's going on guys? I hope you're well and welcome back to another video. And today I'm going to show you how you can change your suspension bushes so they're going from looking like this to looking like this. Much better. Now to do this and have your bushes looking brand new, you're going to need a few tools. Shouldn't be too many, but I would recommend getting this on screen here. It's a bush removal tool that I got off Amazon for about 40 quid. It comes with so many different sizes of cups, adapters and threaded bars and nuts and everything you'll need to pop bushes out and put new ones back in. Now if you haven't, I also would recommend getting a socket set, but I can imagine if you're going to be changing your suspension bushes, you've already got one, but that is also going to be needed. as well as some spanners. So why would you want to change the bushes on your control arms? Well, it's quite simple. There's going to be probably one of two reasons to it. Now, if you've already bought your brand new bushes, I will leave on screen the time to skip to when we actually start installing or removing the old ones and then fitting the new ones. But if this is something you are debating, I suggest you stick around. I'll explain a little bit as to why you'd want to change your bushes. So here is a brand new control arm, and you're probably wondering, why would I want to change the bushes on a brand new control arm? Well, this one here is for my Corsa. If you know my Corsa, I'm turning it into a track car. And we're going to be changing the bushes right here to some poly bushes, which are stiffer ones, which means the car will handle better. They're about 70% stiffer than your standard bushes, and therefore it's something you'd want to do on your track car. And the second reason could be to save money. Now, instead of buying brand new control arms like I've done right here, you can just go and buy new bushes and change them over, because a new control arm costs anywhere between 60 to maybe £200 and more, which is obviously a lot of money. That is so much money for just a bit of metal with bushes and rubber on. So the cheaper option is to just go buy replacement bushes and change out the old ones for the new ones, because bushes can be like maybe 10 to 20 pound, maybe even less than that, and that is so much more money saved than spending maybe 60 to 200 pound, like I said. So that is why you maybe want to change your bushes to brand new ones. But like I said, I'm going to be putting on poly bushes, which are a sort of plastic that are about 70% stiffer than what we've got here, and that's why I've got a brand new control arm, because like I said, it's for my track car and I want the ball joint to be as good as possible, which is why I've got a new arm. I'm waffling a bit there, but I think you can kind of understand where I'm getting at. So with a little bit of explanation done and why you want to change your bushes, I say we crack on and change these ones to the new polybush ones, which I've got right here from Powerflex. We've got the black ones, which are the track rated ones. So these are very stiff and I cannot wait to get them on the Corsa, because when we actually get a track day with that car, it's going to handle way better than before. What I am going to show you, like I say, can be done on pretty much any control arm, any suspension arm, or anything that has a rubber bush in. Now, to make my life easier, I have picked up this kit down here from Amazon. It is a bushing removal kit, and I've already selected the correct metal bits that I'm going to be needing, which includes the correct threaded bar, the correct adapters, and then the correct pushing and cup tool. Now, right now, that might just sound like a load of waffle, but we've got them here on the side. So this is going to be our pushing tool, and what I mean by pushing tool is going to sit on the bushing, just like so, and it is going to push the bush through the control arm without touching the control arm. So it's only touching the bush and nothing else. And the reason why we need this adapting plate is because when it's on the threaded bar, as you can see, it can just go right over and through. So we need this adapter plate to hold up against the pusher tool and then up against the nut on the threaded bar. Now, this here is going to be our cupping tool, and what this is going to do is go over the bush and sit on the control arm. As you can see, it is not touching the bush, it is just touching the control arm. And once again, we need the adapter tool to do the exact same thing as what this adapter does here. So in theory, what we're going to be doing is pushing the bush through the control arm by pressing against the control arm, and then when we thread the nuts on the threaded bar, it is going to push the bush through and into the cup side over here without touching the metal on the control arm. So from what I just explained, there are two really important things to take from here: knowing what side you have to push the bush through from, and making sure to not push the control arm against itself, because you will squash the metal, you'll deform it, and then you won't have the strength like you did before, which means you will have to go and buy a brand new control arm, which will cost you loads of money. So if you want to pick up this kit that I'm going to use to take the bush out, I will leave a link to it in the description. It's from Amazon. It costs around £50, and if you work on your own cars, it is definitely a tool you'll want to pick up. If you don't have one, then just a bit of threaded bar and a couple pieces of metal, which you probably have lying around in your garage at home, will be able to do this. So the very first thing we're going to do is take the threaded bar and then the adapter for the push side and put it through the bar like so, and then take our pushing piece and put it on. Now we're going to put the threaded bar through the bush and then have the pushing tool up against it like so. Now from the other side, we're going to take our cupping tool, put that on our adapter, push that through, and then finally the nut. Now you'll probably find that this will be a little bit fiddly, which is absolutely normal because you mess around with like 4 or 5 different pieces that all need to be put in the right place, but it will pull itself together. So do not panic if you find this a little bit difficult. And there we go, just like that, we are all set up. We've got the pushing tool on the bush, and then we've got the cupping tool on the other side of the control arm. So what I'm now going to do is take a 21mm socket on a ratchet, put it on this end, and then take a 21mm spanner and put that on this end. Now all we need to do is just do this nut up here, and we will push the bush through the control arm and in to this cupped side. Now the bush is going through, look at that. Bosh, there it is. See? Nice and easy in the end. Dad was so strong, he snapped a steel bar in half because I set it up wrong. With the change of cup at the bottom, so what was happening was the bushing was bulging, it was coming out, catching on the other one, which I made it really, really tight, which is why it went tight. Dad snapped the bar, we put a new cup on, and just like that, the old bushing is out and removed. Thank you very much. Just realised I don't think I was recording for a long time, which is a bit annoying because I popped the bush in and then I popped this little metal bar through as well. So as I accidentally forgot to record that, when I do the other control arm, I'll quickly put it on screen now how I did that. Okay, so it has been a few weeks, hence why there's been no video, but what we need to do to pop the new bush back in is just clamp it like I've done here onto the side of a bench. You can also put it in a vise or however you need to hold it just to keep the arm still. So to pop the new bush in, we're going to do the exact same thing that we did to take the bush out. This time we're going to take a little bit of washing up liquid and we're going to put it on the inside of the arm here, and we're also going to put it on the edges of the bush just to help it slip in. You don't want to use a grease because that might actually help the bush pop out over time, whereas washing up liquid will disappear and not leave it greasy. So that is the bush and the arm all lined up with washing up liquid. It should be nice and slippy. And now if we just put the new bush into place like so, we're now going to take our bar with our cup, which is going to be pushing against the bottom of the arm. We're going to put that up all the way through, and then we're going to take our pushing one and I don't think we're going to have enough thread, and then the nut is going to go on this end. Oh, you know what, we might just get away with it. Gonna use a different size bar. That should be a long enough bar now, and it is lovely. Okay, that is set up a lot better this time. And now all we're gonna do is just do up one nut, this top one, and what this should do is get this bush to slide in. It might not go in nicely, but it should just pop straight into this arm. And there we go. That is the bush popped into place. And now that the bush is in the arm, the next thing that we need to do is put this onto our vise and push the metal pin that goes through the middling. So this metal pin here is the next thing to go in through the bush. And then once this is in, that is the bush fully installed. Now I recommend wearing gloves at this point because we've got to use some silicone assembly grease, which if you get this stuff on your skin, it is horrible and very difficult to get off. So if you put gloves on, you're pretty much just protecting yourself and not getting it on yourself. So the easiest way I find to do this is put the bush in the vise, take the pin, line it up with the bush. Might need to open the vise a little bit more, I do. And now if you do up the vise, that metal pin, oh no. It should, hopefully, you'll feel it, there we go, it's in. And now if you keep doing the vise up, that pin will just go straight into your bush, just like so. There we go. You shouldn't be able to do it up any more than what you have. And then to finish it off, you want to just take a mallet and just tap it down. And that there is pretty well seated, so I'm happy with that. It's a good installation. So that is how you change a bush really easily on your control arms at home, using just a few tools you have laying around, or go pick up a kit and make it a little bit easier for yourself. Now in the next video, we are going to be putting the brand new control arm back on the car, and I will be showing you how to change control arms, suspension arms, anything like that on your suspension in the next video. Hey, what's going on guys? Today I am going to show you how you can change your suspension control arms on your car at home really fast and really easy. So if you've seen the previous video, you have seen that I showed you how you can change the bushes on your suspension control arms. And now in this video, I'm going to show you how you can change your control arms on your car, because I've obviously got the new ones to fit. So why not show you how you can do it at home really fast and really easy. So once again, why would you want to change your control arms? Well, it's quite simple. You might want to be changing them because the bushes are dead, which is exactly what some people will be watching this for. Or if you are like me, you're going to be putting them on to a car which you may be intending to put onto track. So therefore you put stiffer bushes on the control arms, or you're looking to take your control arms off, change the bushes, put them back on. It could be whatever it is, but today I'm going to show you how you can take your control arms off and then put them back on quick and safely and the correct way. But before I get on showing you how you can do that, I'd like to tell you that this video is sponsored by Asperks. So what I've got right here is their jump starter, which I'm going to use to jump start my Corsa and hopefully get her running. Now this jump starter is not just a car jump starter, it's a little bit of a multi-tool and it's got quite a few different perks to it, which make it really handy and a definite must to put in the boot of your car. So if you open up this little Velcro bag, inside we will find the jump starter itself. Now this jump starter looks really premium, and one of the really good features of it is that it has got a compass on that. Now it might not be a handy thing to many people, but if you're stuck in the middle of nowhere broken down, that can be really handy to know which way you're facing. And if you happen to get stuck at night, it has got a flashlight so you can see where you're going, and is also very capable of charging things at up to 15 volts. So this can maybe power things like a little ice cooler if you're away camping. But obviously one of the big and main features of this is it can jump start your car, and I'm going to show you how easy and how quick it is to do right now by jump starting my track car. So to jump start my car, we're going to take obviously the jump starter, making sure it's got at least 3 or more of these lights lit up, and we have 4, so it's good to go. And we're also going to take the jumper cable connections, and by popping open this flap here, we can then plug these in just like so, and first putting the positive on, followed by the negative. And just like that, the lights are flashing on the car, meaning that we have got power. So with the jump starter connected, I should be able to come in the car and jump start it. And there she goes, the car is running. What a really easy and handy tool. So thank you to Asperks. I'll leave links to them down below, and use my discount code, which I'll leave on screen right here, to save yourself a little bit of money at checkout. But for now, let's show you how to remove the suspension control arms. So to start taking the control arm off this wheel, what we're going to need to do is get the wheel loose and jack the car up in the air. Now my space is absolutely tight. That's because my car is in a garage and it doesn't move right now because the gearbox is not connected to the gear stick. What I'm going to do is just blast my impact on all 4 of these bolts, just loosen them up, and then jack the car up in the air. Now the next step is to get this wheel off. I like to put my foot underneath it just to give it a bit of support, so that when you take the last bolt out, the wheel doesn't just fall straight on its face. Now keeping your foot there, you should be able to get your hand over the wheel onto the back of it, and one hand on the front, and just lift it up and away from the wheel hub. And just like that, we are now left with what's behind our wheel, like our brakes and our brake caliper. But what we want is the lower control arm on the front. So the first thing that we're going to do is try and get this bolt off here around this ball joint. Now this is going to be quite difficult purely because space is not the biggest. So what we're going to need is a spanner and a ratchet with the correct socket, and we've got to just try and undo the nut while holding the bolt, or undo the bolt while holding the nut. And once I've got it cracked, I like to take out my impact and blast it off. But just like that, despite the nut being now stuck in my spanner, we should be able to just tap this bolt out with a rubber mallet, and bam. That is the old bolt out. That is the first bit removed. Now the next few bits are going to be a little bit more difficult. That one was right in front of us, but the next couple of jobs is to remove the nuts and bolts again, but for this time, for the back of the control arm over here, and then the front of the control arm just down here. Boom! That is another one. Blasted out. Now finally, one more to go. Hell yeah, man. So that one's loose. Same again. Get the impact and blast this off. And voila, just like that, muchachos. Boom. That is all the bolts for this control arm removed. So we now need to drop it off and pull it out. And the way we're going to do that is by taking a rubber mallet, and we're just going to tap it down off of the ball joint. Or we're going to tap it off the back like that. Okay, so looks like we're going to jack up the wheel hub to tap it off the ball joint. There we go. That is the old control arm removed. Lovely. Let's get the new one back on. So here is our brand new control arm, and in the last video you would have seen that we put these polyurethane bushes onto the arms so that we can make the suspension just stiffer for my track car. So one of the easiest ways that I find to do this is to jack the shock tower up and out of the way. Therefore it just gives me a bit more space to be able to get the control arm into position. Boom. That is the bolt in for the poly bush joint. And now what we're going to try and do is get this joint in next as well, because what I'm going to try and do is get both of these joints in first and then get the ball joint in afterwards. So one of the easiest ways I find to do this is get it somewhere close and then get a mallet and try and tap it in. Yes, baby. So with that lined up, we can now get the bolt back through for that one. Just like so. And then we're going to put the nut on the other end as well. Now, I'm not doing these up tight. And the reason is because when you do control arm joints or any suspension joint up really, you want to have the weight of the car on it. Now, I know some people can't drop the car down and do it up. So a way to do it is get everything connected loosely and then jack up the shock tower, because then that puts everything under tension and pretty much putting like the load of the car on it as such. Then that's when you can go through and do everything up. So with those two bush joints on loosely, and now all we need to do is just get the ball joint in. Now the ball joint is close-ish to where it needs to be, but it's not spot on. So to get this into place, what we're going to need to do is just drop this down. Now I know it's going to bring the arm down and it's not going to be anywhere near it at first, but we're going to have to jack it up from a different angle. So my mic's died here, but what I was doing was just jacking up the wheel hub and then maneuvering that and the ball joint around until they were somewhere close. I was then letting the jack down and then tapping the ball joint up into its place, which then held the wheel hub in the correct area. It's a bit fiddly, it took about 20 minutes in the end, but once you get the hang of doing it, it's quite straightforward. After that, I was able to put the nut and bolt on it and then jack it back up and tighten all three of the connecting points on the control arm. And this time I was able to properly do them up because I had jacked the shock tower up, kind of putting the weight of the car onto the strut tower. I then put the wheel back on and let the car down, and that was that side completely finished. And there we go, that's the driver's side done. Let's move on to the passenger side. And boom, that is the other side now changed over. And with that, we are now done, and that is how you change control arms on your car at home. It's a really easy job and it doesn't take too long. So let me know in the comments if this video has helped you. Good afternoon, everybody. We're back, and after putting up that voting poll last week, I've listened to what you guys have said, and I'm going to be replying with my answer, because today we're going to be working on the Corsa C, and we're going to be installing a brand new strut bar onto the front of the car to hopefully improve its handling and performance. But for now, we're just leaving the house. We've just locked up. Time to get down to the garage, because this should hopefully be a pretty interesting install. So we've got to do some modification to the car to get it to fit. But yeah, let's head down to the garage and let's get that going. Let's wake up the BMW today. It is so hot as well where I live. It's currently sitting around about 26 degrees and we're in joggers because I just can't be asked to get dirty in the garage. But yeah, 27 degrees, are you kidding me? That is so hot. Let's get down to the garage. Okay, so we've arrived at our garage. Let's get the Corsa out, because I think it's gonna be a lot easier to work out here in the space we've got behind us instead of being cramped in the garage, especially on an extremely hot day like today. It's just a bit warm. 1, 2, buckle my shoe. Let's reveal the beast. She should be behind this door. There she is. Right, let's roll her out the garage. This is gonna be very interesting because we have not moved her out since about February, I don't think. And it's June, basically July. Oh yeah. There she goes. God, listen to the brake pads and brake discs. They are so not been used. Oh, Jesus Christ, do not go too far backwards. Excuse me, it's got a mind of its own. Come on. Jesus, my little twig body cannot move this car. Wham, the handbrake on. Now, a little update since we've last been on the Corsa. I've accidentally smashed this off, got very angry, hit it with a spanner, broke it. Is what it is. Coming into the car, we have got bucket seat subframe now on the passenger side. I think that's probably about it. We haven't really done anything else to the car since. Oh, obviously we did like the how-to videos on putting the poly bushes on and then doing the control arms. So we've got poly bushes on the front control arm, on the rear bush, haven't got on the front bush yet. I'm trying to work it out. It's really, really weird. I don't know how you do it. You know, leave it in the comments, it'd be very much appreciated. But what we're gonna be doing today is, let me show you. We pop open the bonnet. Ooh, it's squealy, isn't it? Oh, I forgot how cool this looks under here. Popping open the bonnet, we've got 2 strut towers here and here. We're gonna be drilling into them and fitting some, or a front strut bar. I almost forgot what it's called. Let's get out of the car. So, the front strut bar we've got is the only one I could find other than an OMP one, but that's expensive. So this one's a TA Technics one, and this should hopefully fit onto here. That might be the wrong side. I think it should go on over that somehow. I'm not actually sure how. We're gonna have to work this out. I think that might be a bonnet sensor there, but it should. I don't know. I don't know how this is meant to fit. This says it fits my car. We'll see. Let's get it out of the bags. That's in the way. And I'm pretty sure that's a bonnet closing sensor. When it's down, it says the bonnet's shut. When it's up, it says the bonnet's open. Can that sensor be repositioned? So if the sensor comes off, that's still going to be in the way. You have to take it off of there and you have to like completely get rid of the sensor, which I actually don't think is going to matter to me. Because if we're making this car into a track car, that sensor shouldn't matter, no? We're going to remove this little thing here, which is just 2 crossheads. And then we're going to try to see if we can get one side sort of in position. I'll just bang my head. I don't know if this is going to fit. No, okay, good. Right, so that's that one removed. That's completely different height, isn't it? Yeah, it might fit. You put that on that side, ain't gonna fit. You put that on that side, ain't going to. So that has to go on that side. And that has to go on that side. But they're completely different heights. So this meaty bolt is going to hold the 2 of them together. Oh, you know what? I think we actually might be all right. I think we might be okay. I have a feeling this might actually be all right. I don't know. I don't know. Definitely have to get the suspension off to find out. But I think we could be okay. So it's definitely going to have to go under these little bits here, but I think these are like the top mounts for the shocks. I've now got restored faith that this might work. We'll try it, let's do this. Right, the car is up on 2 jack stands, 1, 2. Gonna get these front wheels off next. Now, this won't be very difficult at all. I believe the shocks in this car are actually held on quite easily because it's quite an old car, it's quite straightforward, all the tech on it, so we're gonna get that off next. Right, hate me as much as you want in the comments, I just can't bother to get my impact sockets out of the car. I do have them on me, but as this here will do the job because I already cracked the bolts loose, it ain't gonna matter. Just got one left to take off, which is a lock and walnut bolt. Sweet. Now I must say, this side is a pain. Look at all of these brambles. Why can't the local council sort this out? It's an absolute joke. Which means that it's gonna be very difficult and very frustrating to get this side done because I'm just gonna be sat on brambles the whole time. So pray for my booty cheeks. Hopefully they don't get cut to shreds. Let's get this wheel off as well. Boom, boom, boom. And then this one with my fit, just brace the wheel a little bit. Sweet. Let's get the wheel out. Excelente. Also, should we get some new wheels at some point? I do quite like the design of these. They would need a massive refurb if we're going to keep them. But I think down the line we should definitely get some different wheels. Maybe, I don't know. What I will say though is actually, we have got a brake upgrade kit that I'm going to be picking up soon. I'm going to be getting the 1.8 litre SRI brakes put onto my 1.4. I'm messaging someone on Facebook who's selling the set because he's got his own Corsa track car that he's building. That though will be coming up in a few weeks time when we actually go to collect them and fit them. So that is one thing to keep your eyes peeled for. Okay, first thing, we're gonna get off this drop link bolt up here. We're gonna get a little steel brush. We're gonna just wipe all this mud off so we can actually access it a bit better. Then we've got these 2 bolts down here to remove, which holds the wheel hub to the shock tower. And then there should just be 1 bolt at the top, which holds it all up onto the car, and then it should come out. So let's get this one off first. Right, little pro tip recommendation. I would get some WD-40 now. It's exactly what I'm gonna do, and I'm just gonna spray the bolts here and that one up there because these have been on the car for, I can imagine, a very, very long time. They're probably very old, so they need replacing. They're gonna be really seized, so a bit of WD-40 should help to unseize them. Hopefully they don't round off, but they really do not look like they're in good condition. They look like they are falling apart and definitely need replacing. I mean, look at this nut. Look at all the rust on the nut here. I don't think this is gonna go very well at all. I think these might completely crumble on us. Okay, this is stiff, so brought out the impact. Hopefully we can blast this off. Holy moly, it's actually worked. Holy moly. Who would have thought that an impact would actually do what an impact's meant to do? That has worked wonders. Get in, right? That's 1 drop link removed. I'm now just a little bit worried about these camber adjustment bolts down here because the nuts on them and the bolts themselves, oh, they are not looking good at all. I have a feeling this is just gonna shatter to pieces. 20 mil on. Oh my Lord. Yeah, this is it ain't coming off. That is not good, my friends. And this is probably the reason why there's no video last Sunday. That has completely rounded off. I reckon even a 19 won't go on that. We'll try it, but I mean, a 19 will go on it. We can try a 19, but that's just gonna round it off even more though. Oh, is a 19 biting actually? No. Nope. Nope. Oh dear. They are completely corroded away. That is really not good. All right, well that's on, and that's completely rounded the nut off as well. Fantastic. Get an old car, they said. Turn it into a track car, they said. Why do I find this funny? The whole thing's completely messed up. I should not be laughing right now. Oh no. Okay, everybody. We're gonna have to find an alternative way to try and get all this off. We're gonna have to put the drop link back on, and I think we're gonna have to put the Corsa back in the garage and leave this for today, because I don't think we're gonna find anything that's gonna be able to replace it that's gonna come today, or we'd be able to be picked up today. And today is Saturday. Reason being, the strut bar didn't come till Thursday, and I was busy watching the F1 movie last night. Cracking film, by the way. If you guys haven't watched it, suggest watching it. Well, as that has, well, fallen apart, quite literally, we're gonna have to leave this job with the strut bar for today, which is fine, because next week's video is just gonna be even more interesting, because hopefully I'll have 2 more parts to put on the car next week, which will be 3 parts in 1 video. But obviously for now, we're just gonna have to try and just put this all back together and leave it. Alright then guys, fast forward 4 days, it is now Tuesday. We've got brand new parts and some extra tools, and hopefully we can now get the suspension struts off of the Corsa. Now, bear with me, I know it's going to be really, really dark. Hopefully one day we'll be able to get into a bigger unit with some lighting or something, but what we're going to be doing is trying to get these suspension struts out so that we can continue working on installing the new strut bar. So we're going to crack on with this, get the suspension struts out, and then fingers crossed, tomorrow, being Wednesday, we'll be able to get that strut bar on the car. So let's go. So my silly self forgot to record, but we got both wheels off and the car jacked up. I don't know why I forgot to record, but it's so hot, man. Like my hands, from having gloves on, mate, look at the sweat on my hands. It is rough, but it's okay, because what we're now going to do is get the drop links off. So it's time to play the nut game, and no, it's not the sort of nut that you're on about, or thinking about, should I say. We're just going to keep putting a socket on until we have the right size. 17 is not the one. Things come back to me now. I think it's a 19. So if I put this on, one size down, we have our winner of the nut game. It's an 18 mil. So we chuck that on. Well, it's meant to fit like a glove, but it isn't. So maybe the winner was the 19 mil. Let's get it off. Right then, chaps, the easiest way that I found to get this off the other night was put a 19 mil on an impact and just blast it off. And there it comes off. In there, nice and easy. We can now drop that out, and we should be able to just push this drop link out. There we go. That's one drop link removed, and you can get a proper look. I know I've already shown you many times in the video, but yeah, that is no good. Now if we come over to this side, we should be able to do the same. And just to let you know, I am hoping one day to change the suspension to coilovers. So if you're going to be in the comments saying change the drop links and whatnot and change the struts, I will be, just not yet, because budget is tight. But let's get this one off as well. It's coming. I think this one. Okay, so this one, this is how you're actually meant to remove it. So in the middle of the bolt, there is a little Allen key hole. I'm going to hold the inside whilst you undo the nut. I'm glad it's actually happened on this side, because it means I can show you how you're supposed to do it. So to undo this, we're going to take a, what size is this? A 5 mil Allen key bit, and it's going to go into the very middle of the drop link, and that's going to hold the center of that bolt still, because right now what's happening is that is spinning on the inside of the ball joint, which is normal. That is probably meant to happen. And then we're going to take a pass-through socket. As you can see, it is completely open in the middle, and that's going to go over and go on top of the nut. And then you're just going to want to hold this with a normal ratchet to keep it still whilst you undo the nut, and it will come straight off. Nice and easy job that is. And there you go, just like that. This nut should be coming undone now, because we're holding it still. Okay, so this side's drop link is not coming out. The inside of this bolt here has it is just rounded off, as you can see. So this is also going to need to be angle grinded off, which means we're going to need new drop link, which means I think coilovers is something we're going to get next. So yeah, that's a bit of a pain, but it is what it is. It's just, it happens, doesn't it? So let's go back over to this side where the drop link is already off. Let's get the angle grinder out. Let's get to cutting those nuts off, because they ain't gonna come off any other way, are they? Here we go then. Here is the angle grinder. Probably shouldn't start this close to my face, but it's working. We've got it on, and we're about to use the maximum amount of safety. Don't try this at home. We've not got any safety glasses or anything, so I'm just going in hot. Hopefully I don't take one of my eyes out. Wish me luck. Let's do this. So we're getting there with this. It's not the easiest job trying to get this, well, either of these nuts off, because the space is not huge. Yeah, it's difficult. If I manage to do it, I'll let you guys know. All right, chaps, little update. We've got one out. I was angle grinding it and just hitting it with the hammer, and then all of a sudden it just pinged. The bolt ended up here. Half of the nut ended up there, and the other half of the nut, well, I heard it fly, like somewhere. That somewhere was here, the complete other side of my garage. So that's good. It's good. We've got one out. We now need to just work at cutting the other one out. This is horrible, but we've got this. So I'll catch back with you once we've got this one nearly ready to be bapped out. Well, my angle grinder's just died, and I don't think I've got enough of this nut here off. Or cut, shall I say. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to get it off. I'm going to whack it with the hammer a few times. No, I don't think that is enough. So I'm going to take this home, charge this up, and probably come back tomorrow, which is obviously frustrating because I'd like to have got as much of that cut off as possible tonight, but that's okay. With the way it's went, at least we've got one out. We can obviously just crack on with the other one tomorrow, hopefully get the rest of that side out, but I think I have to pack everything up. Leave this for now and catch back with you guys tomorrow on Wednesday, which is the last day I can record this week. So I'm going somewhere this weekend. I'm going to bring you guys with me. I think it's going to be quite a cool little video or vlog, because that's sort of what I'm doing now, is like vlog style videos. Just like what I do on cars each week, instead of just doing like dedicated videos. Just like, look, this week I'm doing this on cars, put a video out, and hopefully make it more engaging for you guys. But I'll catch back with you tomorrow when we hopefully get the rest of that side done. We'll see on the other side. I can imagine the battery's probably going to die before we even get there. So yeah, see you tomorrow. And good evening, everybody. It is now Wednesday. As you can see, it is the 2nd of July. It is 5 to 8 in the evening, and I've only just been able to get down to the Corsa because I work 10-hour days until 4:30. Parents are away, so I'm having to look after myself, cooking tea and whatnot, do the washing up, all sorts of things like that. Sounds like excuses, because it is. But last night we charged up the battery on the angle grinder, and we'll be able to tonight hopefully finish getting that nut and bolt out of there and get this side suspension strut off, and then whatever battery life we have left, we'll just attack this side, try and get that drop link off, and then next week we're gonna have to get those 2 nuts and bolts out there. Oh my God, we've got it out. We have got it out. Yes, man, get in. Come on. Oh, I'm well happy with that. Now, I know the mic quality might be horrendous. Well, I need a new lens on my GoPro now, because after doing that, it has completely melted it and burnt it up. I hope the camera quality is not too bad. But now I need to just remove the top nut that holds the shock absorber down, and that will come off. It looks like it's just gonna be finger tight from now on. It is. Okay, so that is off. That nut is off. Amazing. All we need to do now is just hit that bolt out, and we should be able to take this strut off. This is the old top mount. there is the top of our strut. This hopefully now should come off. So as I mentioned, you can see I put the bolt back in. Just need to tap that out, and then our shock absorber will come falling out of here quite rapidly, I can imagine. I'm actually just gonna wind that nut on a tiny little bit, so that if it does fall, hang on, we're just gonna put the top mount back on as well. You'll find out the reason why. Well, I'm actually gonna tell you, because if it falls, all it's gonna do is just drop down and onto this top mount. It's not actually gonna fall completely out of here. So we take the bolt out, take the wheel hub out a little bit. Come on, you wanna come out. There we go, that's out. As you can see, the shock is very loose. And as you can see, it's dropped down and onto this top mount. So all I'm gonna do is hold this with one hand and do this with the other, and it'll come out. So I'm holding it with one hand and doing it with the other. And that will now drop down. We just need to find some space to drop it into. There we go. She's coming down. And now I should be able to tilt it towards me and get it out of here. Oh yes. That is one front suspension, or shock should I say, taken out of the car. So as you can see, there's no shock in the car. There is our shock absorber, and that's the top mount now completely naked. And obviously the strut bar is going to sit on top of that, and then the top mount is going to sit on top of the strut bar. But obviously we need both sides like it, and this side is still together in one piece, so we need to get this side apart next. That, without the rusty bolt situation, was pretty straightforward. I enjoyed that. That was a lot easier than taking apart the 1 series or the 3 series suspension. Look at it now, eh? Looks really straightforward. But let's crack on the other side, a little bit more angle grinding tonight, and then I think we're gonna be able to wrap up this week's video, because we've already got 2 bars of the battery life left on the angle grinder, so it's not gonna last very long. So let's use up that last bit of battery and get this done. All right guys, ignore the rubbish mic quality, but I've done it. So off camera, I managed to get out this side of the suspension as well. All you need to do is just angle grind the bolt off the drop link, and then the ones on like the hub to the shock came off really easily, and then the top nut as well came off. So we are all set up now next week to put in the strut bar along the top here. We've got both strut towers nice and clear, so we should now be able to drill through them and then put a nut and a bolt on to obviously hold the strut bar down. We can tighten up that bit in the middle, and yeah, we should have a functional strut bar after that, which is really cool. Now I've also got a modification for the shock absorber. These bolts, we are not going to be keeping them, obviously, because they are, well, rubbish. And then the ones on that side are now cut in half. But we've got camber adjustment bolts, and we're going to put a little bit of camber on the front wheels. Now we're going to do some, I think it's negative camber. So we're going to be angling, like, angling this way. So the wheel's going to have more of a contact patch when cornering. It's going to help for a bit more grip. And I'm fairly sure that is a good modification, because I think most track cars, even F1 cars, have that bit of camber, I'm pretty sure. But unfortunately, that's everywhere we're gonna be able to get to for this week. I know it's been a bit of a mess. The strut bar is 100% gonna be fit next week, and then obviously the camber adjustment bolts. So this week's kind of been like a setup video for like the next few weeks. And yeah, I'm actually really proud of myself. I can't believe that I managed to get both of them out tonight in about an hour and a half, 2 hours or so. My arms are itchy as hell now from where I've been angle grinding. And the angle grinder, let's have a look at its health, because it's not great. So the cutting disc is not really much of a cutting disc anymore. We've gone through that quickly. So I know this hasn't really been like a vlog in a way, but this is the sort of content that I'm gonna be hoping to change to for the future. Just like what I get to do on cars each week is what we're going to be doing for videos. So I don't want to feel the rush of like having to get a modification done. I want to sort of just go and just whatever I can do is what I can do. Hopefully create a little bit more engaging content for you guys. But the garage is so small for space. We need to move out of here at some point and get into like a bigger unit where we've got a bit more space. But I won't be able to do that without your guys' support. So if you can get down there and hit that subscribe button, you'll get a cookie. Actually, that's what Mr. B says. If you go down there and subscribe, I'll buy you a car. No, I do not have that much money. I can't buy everybody cars. If you go down there and subscribe, you'll find out where I'll be going to events with the Corsa, and maybe I'll be able to meet some of you, which would be so cool. I'd love to meet some of my subscribers. So yeah, subscribe for the chance to meet me. That sounds cool. Good evening, guys. How's it going? We are now back from Silverstone. That was one of the best weekends of my life, but now we're back. We've got to finish off the Corsa. Well, I don't think we're going to be finishing off this build anytime soon because there is so much that we can do to the car still. But we're going to be finishing off, hopefully, getting this strut bar in. Now, obviously last week we prepped it by clearing out both of the strut towers, and today what we're going to be doing is trying to drill through them to fit the strut bar on. And in the last episode, I showed you that this sensor here is going to be needing to be moved out of the way. So that's the first thing that we're going to be removing, because then we can try and fit the strut bar onto the strut towers, and fingers crossed it does fit. So we're starting quite easy this week. All I needed to do was just remove the clip off of the sensor and then the 2 bolts that held the bracket on, and it was off. There we go. That is the sensor removed and out of the way. Now we've just got the cable left, and I don't really know what to do with it, so we're just going to sort of fold it down out of the way. I might zip tie it onto the other one here, but hopefully one day we'll be able to remove a lot of the electrics from this car that are just not needed. Now then, the moment that I have been waiting for since we got this strut bar out. Is it going to fit across these 2 strut towers? I really do hope so. Possibly. I feel like maybe this side needs to just be twisted out one more thread like that. That will go on both sides. Now we need to sort of line this up in a position, and then we can drill through the strut towers and fix this on. But it looks like it is going to fit. The one test we are going to do is just make sure that the bonnet shuts, obviously with the strut bar in place, which it does. I'm pretty sure, yeah, it does. So that is perfect, that will shut. So I think what we're gonna do is see if we can adjust it to line it up like fully, because I'm pretty sure that we can probably get it to fit a little bit better, but with where it is right now, I'm quite happy. So we're gonna open the bonnet back up, yeah, adjust it and then drill it. So let's do that next. So as this is a 2-piece strut bar, it's not gonna fit perfectly, which is why it required a little bit of adjustment, as that bolt in the middle can just be threaded, or you just grab the other end and twist it. But I got the fitment to be pretty much spot on, and I was happy with it in the end. All right, so I think that's pretty much where we're gonna have the strut bar sitting. Now I'm gonna struggle to drill this hole down here without touching what I'm guessing. This is all like the ECU wiring and stuff back here. It's gonna be quite difficult. Might have to move some of this out of the way, but we can definitely get that side a lot easier. It's not a perfect fit, but I think it's gonna have to do. I don't think I can get it any better than what it is right now. So I held the strut bar down in the rough position that I wanted it to be, and I took a center drill, a 5mm drill, and an 8.5mm drill, and I backed a hole through the strut tower. Oh yeah. Well, we've got one drilled hole, and it is perfectly lined up. Now we just need to do the same over on this side. All right, so the way I'm going about this is I've got a center drill, and I'm just holding this down, and I'm just drilling the center drill right through the very middle of our hole, just to put a little bit of a spot on the inside of the, on the strut tower. Let me move you guys for a bit better of a view. Taking the center drill, holding this down, and I'm just putting it in the middle. Roughly in the middle anyway, and I'm just going. Yeah, that's way off. That second one was better. Now if I take the strut bar out of the way, you can see our 2 markings. Put it on that center point that we just drilled, and put our body weight behind it and spin it up. There we go, that hole's through. Now to finish it off, we take our 8.5mm drill and just do the exact same. There we go. That one's through. We've now got a hole on both sides of our strut tower, which that lines up perfectly. And so does that one. So we've got 2 holes in so far. These back ones are going to be quite difficult. Not quite sure how I'm going to drill them just yet, but that's something we're going to have to figure out eventually. Now, there was bolts for this strut bar to bolt it together. I think I might have left them at home. I don't have a clue where they are. They're not on me. But as you can see, it's starting to come together. Just going to do this nut up a little bit here. Once we get these 2 bolts in, so that actually holds the strut bar down, we'll be able to tighten that up there properly. But for now, this looks great. I'm happy with that. I just need the bolts. Now, I probably am not going to put this down until tomorrow, which will be Wednesday, because I think the bolts are at home and I've already had to go in to pick up some bits, so I don't really fancy going home right now to pick up some more bits. But on the way back from Silverstone yesterday, we stopped off in a little town called Pontyclun in Wales to pick up some brakes, some bigger brakes. I told you guys about this last week, I'm pretty sure, or whenever the last video on the Corsa was. And we've got these ones here. They're drilled and grooved discs. Now you're probably thinking, why would I buy secondhand discs? They are brand new. They literally have got absolutely 0 wear on them. And it's the same with the pads inside of the calipers. The pads are in really good condition, barely used at all. And these have came off the 1.8 litre Corsa. So we've got 1.4, and I'm pretty sure these discs are like 20 mil bigger, and the calipers are a little bit bigger. But I don't think I'm going to stick with this orange colour. We're going to try and get rid of the orange and paint them a new colour. So having them off the car like this gives us the opportunity to paint them, but also while having the suspension off, it gives us the opportunity to change the brakes. So I think that's something we're going to try and do next. As in now, I'm going to try and fit those 2 brake discs, because obviously I'm not going to be putting the calipers on right now until they're painted. I'm thinking of going yellow. Reason why is we've got yellow on the OMP bits. So I think a blue and yellow theme for the car would look quite cool. Obviously we've got green here on the air filter, but I'm thinking yellow calipers will look really nice. Let me know what you think in the comments, and I'll listen to whatever you guys have got to say. But in my mind, I think yellow is going to work best. But anyway, if we're going to change these discs over, which to be fair are in really good condition anyway, they've not really had much wear, same with the pads, we're going to need to first get this old caliper off, and then we'll be able to get the disc off. But this disc has no bolt holding it down because it is snapped on the inside of the wheel hub by the previous owner, I'm pretty sure, which is quite frustrating because, well, I mean, it doesn't actually matter because once you have the wheel on, it holds the brake disc against it. So let's get these calipers off. It's going to be a little bit difficult because I'm pretty sure they're quite tight, and as we've removed the shock from inside here, it's going to make it just that little bit more difficult because this wheel's just going to want to move all over the place. But that's all right, I'm sure we'll work around it. Now this is the issue that we're going to have. It's just going to want to move all over the place. But once I get it loose, it will come off just fine. There we go, that's one off. Sorry about the lighting, it's really difficult to put a light somewhere because I literally have nothing to put one on, and my GoPro is horrendous in these sorts of lights conditions. There we go, that is the other one cracked loose, of one of those bolts that is. Should be able to get this caliper off. I might replace these bolts because I don't like using Torx bolts. There's literally no point. Oh, for God's sake. I'm so sorry about the lighting, guys. It is shocking. And there we go. That's that one removed. There we go. And we can take the old disc off just like that. There we go. That's quite an easy removal. As you can see right there, that is an absolutely mangled bolt. I don't know how they've managed that, but that's the old disc off, so you can get the new disc on. But I think we're going to leave it off until we get one of the struts in, because it might just make it a little bit easier not having that in the way. But now we need to go do this on the other side of the car. So it's the exact same. Calipers will just be held by those 2 Torx bolts, and then this disc, there we go, this disc has an actual bolt which works. So this side should be a little bit easier to remove. Well, we're going to wrap up tonight because we cannot get the bolt there out for this brake disc. So I'm going to have to get like a bolt removal kit, come back tomorrow and try and get that out because yeah, that's not going anywhere at the moment. And then tomorrow we'll bring back the bolts to fix the strut bar down, which is going to be exciting. I'll catch you tomorrow, but it's good work done though today. We're all prepped and ready to go. So I'll catch you tomorrow. Evening. Let's get this done, shall we? I've got the bolts now to hold on the strut bar. I haven't got the bolt removal kit though for the brake disc because I couldn't find it at home in the garage. I'm gonna have to go and have a proper look over the weekend. But it is somewhere, and yeah, I'm just gonna leave that till next week. We can obviously still put the brake disc on the other side of the car. It's not gonna hurt because I'm not driving it at the moment, so it's not gonna matter, is it? But tonight we should be able to finish fitting the strut bar and then we can get that off, or on should I say, and we can get the suspension back together. We can fit those new bolts, the camber adjustment bolts, we can fit them, and then I believe we should be good. Other than obviously brakes and brake calipers, which like I said, put your comments in down below, what colour should we go for with those calipers. We'll do that next week, and then we should be able to put the wheels back on after that, and then that's all of that done. And also next week we have got a harness bar to fit that got delivered today. I'm deciding not to fit it today because I want to focus on finishing this off as it's like 7 PM already. So I've lost quite a lot of the day to work and to work my second job. So we're gonna fit the harness bar next week, and then I'm gonna get a harness on order tomorrow, which will fingers crossed come next week. Whether we'll fit it or not, I don't know, because I've never fit a harness, so I don't actually know how you're meant to do it. But just bear with me, I know it's going to be dark. I cleaned up the towers last night just to make sure they're nice and clean. I also deburred the holes that we put in so they're not sharp. And now we should be able to put a strut bar across both and bolt it down. Because like I said, I have got the bolts with me. So this is going to be an exciting start for tonight. So let's get to it. Alrighty then, let's begin. We have got the strut bar in place. And like I said, I brought the bolts with me today. So I've put them through and I've lightly put the nuts on underneath. I'm now just going to tighten them up, make this really, really tight and firm, and hopefully this will fit nicely. We'll see, but I have a feeling that we're going to need to drill the extra holes out at some point because I just think it's going to tip forward like this once it's bolted down really tight, but like I say, we'll see. So because I don't want this strut bar to go anywhere and I need it to be nice and strong and rigid, I use nylock nuts on the bolts as they just give an extra layer of resistance to loosen in, especially under vibrations, and they will be taking a lot off that. Well, there we go, that is the strut bar on, and it is solid-ish. We now need to just do up this middle bit here, which we need some spanners for next. Thankfully, the people who made the strut bar knew what they were doing, but to do these nuts up tightly, it took a lot of force. So they decided to add a hex bit in the middle of the bolt, which I could hold with one spanner and do the nuts up with the other, and it made the job so easy. Yeah, that's now really, right, it's sturdy, but we definitely 100% need those back holes in just to hold the backside of the strut bar down, but it's on. It looks quite good. The only thing I'm worried about now is how the shock's even going to go in. I don't know, in all honesty, because there's obviously now bolts sticking out into the strut tower, but we're not going to know until we try. I'm going to say it was successful. We now need to just obviously get our strut towers back in, or our struts back in. Right, so off camera, I have quickly put this side back together, and let me just grab on the lights. As you can see, it's all gone back together just fine. I've got the camber adjustment bolt in at the top, adjusted the way that I need it to be. And as you can see, all of this up here is okay. So I know it's gonna fit now, and I know it's gonna be all right. So we're gonna crack on with this side. And I'm actually gonna show you guys what I'll do it this time, because I just wanted to make sure it was all gonna work when I did that side, and it is. So now, this side should go together absolutely fine. There we go. That's the bottom bolt in. Now I do have a nut to go on that as well. Got a nut and washer here, so we put the washer on with the nut. There we go. I'm not going to do that up tight because obviously we've got these Powerflex, what are they called? Camber adjustment bolts. Now this bolt is going to go through the top hole on the wheel hub to shock absorber, so through there, just like that, and then we're going to tighten up the nut on this side. Now when doing up suspension parts on cars, you want the weight of the car to be on the suspension. So like right now, you should jack this up and then do it up, but I don't have a jack on me, so I'm just gonna tighten that up like that. And now the top one, because it's a camber adjustment bolt, there's a certain way to adjust it. And we're just gonna undo the nut now ever so slightly, because there we go. That will allow us now to adjust this bolt. So this bolt can be adjusted by just turning it. And as you can see, it will either pull the wheel hub in, like it's doing now, or it will push the wheel hub out, like it's doing now. And that will adjust your angle of camber. We're gonna wanna pull this all the way in. So like there, I'm pretty sure that should put negative camber onto this front wheel. Now negative camber just means that the tyre will have better contact patch when cornering, and that's exactly what you want on like a track car. So that is a pretty nice little modification, and that can be tightened up. But like I said, you really want the weight of the car on that. Next, I put the nut for the drop link on, I tighten that one up too. There we go, drop link tightened up. Now, all we need to do is find a way to get this up so we can just do the top mount up. So once we've done that, this is all assembled and back together. So I literally just pushed this top mount down and it seems to be wanting to be done up now. So I tightened up that nut as much as I could before needing to use a separate socket. Okay, it's spinning now and keep it now. So we'll just hold that still and we'll just do this the rest of the way up. There we go, nice and tight. That is that top mount on, and that is both shocks back on, and this strut bar, oh my days. This strut bar is absolutely solid. Like, this is not going anywhere now with those top mounts back on, but look at this. Look at this, we're back together under here. It looks great. The only thing we need to do over on this side is get a brand new drop link, because obviously we had to cut this one to shreds, so we need to get a brand new drop link to replace that one. But that won't be too difficult, and they're really cheap, they're like a tenner. Obviously, yesterday when I got back from Silverstone, I said that I'd obviously picked up some brand new brakes. Jeez, my hands are so sweaty from being in gloves. Now we have, they are here in the boot as I've shown, and we're now gonna put one on, because obviously we can only put one disc on. So we're gonna put this one on, drilled and grooved, brand new disc. And yeah, I'm pretty sure these are a little bit bigger than the discs that we had on previously, maybe. We'll have a little look, we'll have a little look. So if we lay the new disc on its front like that, and then if we take this old one over here, and if we put this one in the middle, oh no, they're literally the exact same size. Oh, well that's annoying, because I thought the brakes were bigger. Maybe the calipers are slightly bigger, I'm not sure, but this will fit on here like so. And as you can see now, we're gonna have a drilled and grooved brake disc on this side, which looks fabulous. But there isn't really much else I can think of that we can do this week. We've actually got the strut bar on now. It looks fantastic. It's held on really, really tight. I'm not sure if I should do those back holes. What do you think? Should we drill those back holes, find a way to do it, or do we just leave it now because it's all together? Seems to be fine. The only thing we haven't done actually is a closed bonnet test. So let's do it. Hopefully it will close, it should do. And it does. Get in. So this strut bar is fitting just fine. I am sweating like an absolute pig right now, but that is now a new strut bar, new camber adjustment bolts. So that's two more modifications, or track modifications, should I say, for the Corsa done. Obviously, we've got the harness bar to go in the car next week. So that's going to be going behind the bucket seat, or bucket seats when we get the second one in, and then hopefully get a harness on order and we'll be able to fit that at some point. And then all we need to do is sort out the gearbox issue, which I'm just trying to plan when we can do that for, but we're gonna have to take it out of the car. We're gonna have to take the short shifter thingy out of the car, take it all apart and put it back together because I think I might have done it wrong. I mean, I literally don't know what I was doing when I did it. It was the first time, so I'm bound to make a mistake. But that is another thing for the Corsa done. She's starting to come together really, really good at the moment. There's like loads of bits that we're doing, and hopefully come my birthday, end of the month, it might be ready to be driven for the first time, which if so, I cannot wait. That's going to be such a big moment. It has been 9 months now since we bought this Vauxhall Corsa to turn into a track car. And in today's video, it really feels like we go 1 step forward, but another 2 steps back. Let me just give you a really quick recap of how we got up to this point before we actually start working on the car. So as I mentioned then, 9 months ago, I bought this Vauxhall Corsa C to turn into a track car, and it was in an absolute state.
What is going on here?
Is the car gonna open?
Growing a tree. There's moss and everything in here. Ooh, that's a bit wet.
Yeah, you get the gist. Not good. Now the quickest option, and the one that made the most sense to get rid of this weird moss issue, was to just strip the whole interior out of the car and gut it. And with a cheeky weight reduction, that will also help to keep our lap times down on the track as well.
Left, right.
Uphill! Yes! Sorry guys, sorry! Following those stupid antics, we went and put a new Catalyst exhaust manifold on the car. It sounded great. A few revs. Hopefully this sounds nice. Hello. And then at the start of the year, we took a great leap forward by putting in a bucket seat and a track steering wheel. It was just starting to give it that track car feel, you know? And then it was just one thing after another thing after another thing. We fit an air filter, a short shifter. We started polybushing the car. And then last time out, we finally fit a strut bar in the engine bay. It looks quite good. And with that, it brings us up to today. So to kick this week's video off, we have got a harness bar right here, which is going to be going in around the back of the bucket seat, and then obviously the passenger one when we get one, and then it should bolt down into the bottoms of where that seatbelt is right now. But before we start fitting that, we have got to take out that seatbelt right there because we need the access point. That seatbelt there is already gone. So first things first, we're going to take that out. So this seatbelt is held on by 3 bolts, 2 beefy ones, one at the top and bottom, and a small one in the middle. There we go then. That is the seatbelt removed for the passenger side. Lovely. Right, we have now got full access to put the harness bar in. Excellent. Started doing a few very precise measurements with a tape measure. I was able to get a length of around 49 to 51 inches, give or take. Like the bucket seat was sort of in the way when I was like measuring side to side. So it's not a perfect measurement, but this harness bar we've got right here is adjustable from 48 to 51 inches. So this should fit perfectly inside the Corsa side to side. I'm just hoping the struts that come off the back of it and go down into the bottom bits down there are going to be long enough, they're going to fit, because if they do, this should be quite straightforward. You've only gone and said it now, haven't you? It's just going to be 4 bolts to hold it in then. But nothing ever seems to go that easily, especially on this channel. So let's get out the box and do a test fit and just see if we are going to be okay, or if we're going to need to adjust it ever so slightly. Now I got excited and cut this open at home, but I didn't go any further than that because you actually have to unwrap the harness bar and everything inside, and I didn't want to do that just yet because I wanted to leave that for the video. Behind here is a bunch of bits. Obviously we've got the main harness bar, but it's all sort of packaged as one, except this little extension bar down here is loose for some reason, but the rest of it is packed up in one big old piece. And here it all is. It's heavy because it's made of steel, but this is everything here that we should need to get this fitted inside the car. We'll need this though. Little knife. And I'm guessing this right here is one of the bars that goes from the harness bar and then down to make sure that it's fit at the right angle. Yeah, it is. That looks really, really nice. Damn. And then obviously inside of this cover is our harness bar. Let's get this out. Knife. Damn, this thing looks sexy. Look at that. So this obviously is going to go into the car. Now we need the little end bits that go in here, because that cannot bolt right now onto the side of the car. That needs the extension plates in. So let's get them out and let's get them on first. So these are the little plates that I'm on about. They just come in these little bags, And I think that's just gonna slot right into that gap. And then this is what's gonna bolt it onto the side of the car. So to assemble this, we need these bolts right here. So the way I put this on was I slid this plate in just like so, got it to a rough position where I could see the hole through the other side, just like that. I took the bolt that goes all the way through and I just did it finger tight for now. Both ends are now finger tight, so we should be able to line this up in place now and hopefully get it to be roughly somewhere close. So I tried to install the harness bar inside of the Corsa and I found it a bit difficult with the brackets already on it. So I decided to take them off and try and fit them first and then put the harness bar on afterwards. Now I've got a little idea. I'm actually going to take this end bracket back off because I think it's going to be a bit easier to install them first and then just install the harness bar on top afterwards. That fits perfectly, like spot on, that does. So that's really good. But what we actually need to do is, although they sent this kit out and it's a universal one, I do need a load of washers. So I think I might steal this one right here, which sits on just all right. There we go. That's probably going to hold better when we put a nut on there. And that's another thing we're going to need, is we're going to need some nuts for these bolts that I've got to put in either side, because for some reason the nuts that they have sent, well, they haven't even sent enough nuts to begin with either. So although we've got this kit, it's only like half of the stuff that I actually need. So I might actually make a list and leave this till tomorrow because we're missing a bunch of bits. Like, as I said, we're missing the nuts, we're gonna need washers. Like, I think I want to put a washer on this side of the bolt before doing it up against the car. So I'm going to need 1, 2, 3 washers per side, so that's 6. And then we're going to want the nuts to go on top, so that's 2 nuts. But I think the rest of it we probably do have already, so that's a good start. I'm very glad it did come down tonight because I now know the bits that I do need to fit this tomorrow. So what do you say? Should we fit this or should we fit this? Let's do this. So what I just explained was this kit did not come with enough washers or nuts to fit it, which I think is a bit ridiculous considering the price I actually paid for it. But before I headed down to the garage that night, I did go and pick up the washers and the nuts that I did need. And from there, I was able to fit a bracket on the passenger side. Well then, that's one side in. That's not done up all the way just yet. Still got a bit of adjustment in it so that we can put the bar on when we need to. But now, we're gonna go and do the exact same to the passenger side, driver's side. So the driver's side was no different. It was a bolt with a washer through the frame of the car, and then a spacer with a washer, then the bracket, then a washer, and then the nut to hold it all together. Alrighty then, that is our 2 mounting brackets in place. Now, they are, well, right very much on the absolute P. I'm not gonna say the word, but I should now be able to hopefully just lay this on top, the harness bar, and put the 2 bolts in which hold the harness bar to the brackets. So let's see if I can do that now. So my idea now with the brackets already in place was to put the harness bar on one bracket, line it up with the other and put the bolts through, but that didn't go to plan. Oh, I don't think it's wide enough. Don't think that it's gonna fit. Oh guys, I don't think the harness bar's long enough. That is really annoying because I thought, oh, this would just be really easy. It's just gonna slot straight in, it'll be done. But like always, nothing ever goes that way with me and on my channel. It's just, it always happens like that. Now I think what I'm gonna have to do is make up my own brackets maybe. Obviously I could space them out a bit more, but I don't know if that's gonna be safe or if that's gonna be strong enough, you know? Like obviously I am a machinist by trade, that's my job, so obviously I can make bits, but what I'm thinking I could do is the little copper spacers in there, I can get rid of them and I can make my own spacers at double the length for both sides maybe, or use up this excess thread that's on the end here and make one that's like that long and then put that on both sides. Then maybe that'll just bring it in far enough. But the only thing I'm then worried about is you've got all of that space there, which like is not really being used. It's just sort of like, I don't know, it just doesn't seem like strong to me, you know? Like surely you would want nut to be as close to the head of the bolt as possible so you're not like resting a load of weight onto a bolt, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if I'm explaining that very well, but you don't want like the shank of the bolt being this much and then the nut here and the head here. You want the nut to be as close as possible, so you're like eliminating as much of that space that the stress is going to be put down on. Because that's just like, I don't know, to me that just doesn't seem right. I reckon I could conjure something up. As that's happened and done its thing, we have got some other bits that I want to do. So last week, obviously, when we did the whole suspension thingamajig, I had a drop link which I had to cut the nut off on. That one obviously right there. I've got a brand new drop link, so I'm gonna fit that now. Hopefully this end down here does not do the same as what this end did, because I don't have an angle grinder on me and I have no clue how I would angle grind that if I had to. So hopefully it's not going to be a pain, but I'm not even going to say it. I'm not going to say it. So to remove the nut on the drop link, I had to use my 19mm socket on my pass-through ratchet because I needed a 5mm Allen key to go through to hold the drop link's ball joint still so that I could actually undo the nut without spinning the whole lot. Amazing. Right, that nut's off. Bottom end's out, top end's out. That's a drop link off. And now here is our brand new one. That thing's wham. And to put the drop link back on, it's the exact same as taking it off. You just wind the nut on until it starts spinning the ball joint, and then you come with the 5mm Allen key bit to hold the center of that ball joint still, and then you can do the nut up properly. Bottom end in. And if you're ever told that you need to change your drop link from, say, an MOT, do not book to get it done by a garage. It is such a straightforward job. Like I'm showing you, it is just 2 nuts, top and bottom, and the whole thing comes out. You can replace it in like 30 minutes. And top one on. Right then. That is the drop link done. So this side of the suspension is pretty much all together now. We just need to get the brakes back on, but we won't be doing that until next week when we actually paint the caliper. But now that we've got this drop link in right there, it looks really, really nice with it being brand new. This side is all done. I mean, I'm just repeating myself there. But the next thing that I do need to tackle is this short shifter issue that we've got since we put it in the car. Now, I still haven't got that to work, and I'm pretty sure only the reason why now is I think when I put it together wrong. I put all the parts together in the right place, believe it or not, but I think the way I did it, I think there's like plastic clips that go on. I think I put them on way too tight on the ball joints, and the ball joints can't spin, which is causing it to be really, really stiff when trying to change gears, and that would explain the exact reason why I can't change gears. That's the logic I'm going on, so I need to get it back out the car, which luckily right now the car's in the air, so I can do it, and then assess the work and any damages that I might have caused. I hate this job, I hate this job, I hate this job. I literally hated it when I did this, but oh well. Let's do it again. Right then, maybe I was being a little bit theatrical and OTT there, but removing this short shifter just requires a few little bits here and there. Like there's a pin on the shifter fork, there's a couple of weird clips underneath, and then there's like one nut and bolt to take it away from the input shaft, and it will lift out and slide out of the car. We got it out of the car. Now I have absolutely no clue why this is being such a bum. But you know I said about those plastic bits? Those circlips are meant to be flush with like the top edge of the metal bit, and obviously they're spaced out, and I think that's making this really, really stiff. Like this here, it is so stiff, and it shouldn't be. So I think that's the issue. We've just got to sort of readjust those blue bits. But once we've done that, I think we should be able to put this back in the car, and it should be all right then. Fingers crossed. Forget the shifter, we're at work. We're gonna make these shafts. Now this shouldn't be too difficult, we're on the lathe. We should be able to smash this out. So to make these shafts, the first thing I did was measure the width of my parting off tool. I then stuck my silver steel out far enough so I can actually make the bits before touching the face to clean it up nicely. Just gonna get a small touch. So after getting that touch, I then take a few 0.1mm cuts just to clear up the face and make it look real nice. So I've just done there is face off this end, made it look nice and clean, makes it smooth as well. Now I'm just going to take my file, and we're just going to spin it up. I'm going to move this out of the way actually. You can spin it up and just file the edge, put a nice chamfer on it. beautiful.
And now that we tidied up the end, I put the centre drill in a drill chuck in the tailstock, and then centre drilled the end of our part before putting in a 6.8mm drill and drilling that hole all the way through it.
So what we've just done there is we put a 6.8mm through hole all the way through our bar, because now we're going to be able to tap that with a M8 by 1.25mm pitched thread, and we'll put our thread on the inside of this so we can thread it onto the bolt inside the Corsa.
Now I slowed the speed of the lathe all the way down so it was spinning really slowly. I then took an M8 tap and tapped it about 25 to 30mm deep, which would be just enough so when I part it off, we've got a thread going the whole way through it.
And there we go, that is now tapped. Fantastic. So that's the M8 by 1.25 thread on the inside. All we need to do now is part it off to the correct length, which I have actually set our length, but now I just need to cut it to it. And yeah, I think, well, definitely will have one good shaft then, which I have to tap the other end.
So off camera, I measured how much I needed to space the brackets out by, which was 30mm or 15mm each side. And those copper spacers were already 8mm. So if you add 8 and 15 together, you get 23mm. So I was making these spacers, or whatever you want to call them, 23mm long.
Okay, so we have made our first one. It domed a little bit. So what I mean by that is basically, as I was using the parting off tool, the saddle was moving this way. That's obviously over exaggerating, but basically it's created a dome on the base of this, but I think it was 1.3mm. That's not gonna hurt, I don't think, too much, but obviously I can flip this over, put it in that side, and quickly just face off a bit if I need to, make it flat, because I only needed 24mm, not 30. I went 30 because there's slots, just to make sure it's gonna fit. But 1.3mm, that's not gonna hurt at all. But that's one made, looks quite nice, very happy with that. Just need to clean it up a bit and make it look proper nice.
So finish off the part then by just putting that tap back through it to make sure that we didn't mess it up when parting it off. I then cleaned up the faces with the facing off tool, and obviously I used the file to put a chamfer on it, and it was done.
And boom. That is this end all done. There we go then, guys. That is the little spacer I was on about. So we've got the thread going all the way through it, so we can obviously thread it on. We put a chamfer on both ends. Look at that, looks beautiful. So overall length in the end was 22.6. So we actually only lost 0.4, which is not bad at all. So we need to make this one 22.6, so both sides are the same. We're gonna measure this one quickly. It's not gonna be very accurate. So our lowest point is like 31.7. So we've got, what's that, 9.3mm to come off. 9.2, sorry. 9.1, sorry. Alrighty, let's do this. Let's taking this down to size.
So I was just using the facing tool, and I was taking this down to be around 21.6mm, but as it's only a hobby lathe, it is not that accurate.
Alright, we're all done. Let's give it another measurement and see where we're at. That one's between 22.6 and 22.7, so that is close enough for me per side. 0.1 out. Honestly, on a hand lathe like this, that's pretty good going. And here are the little bits that we made. This one's going to be shinier because I actually used a proper, what's it called? I forgot what that tool's called, but that's the parting tool, facing tool. There we go. It's a proper facing tool, which obviously is going to give it the shinier finish in the parting tool. But all I need to do is just take a drill to it, deburr these with a countersink, and then these will be good to go onto the Corsa. Perfect. I knew I could do this. That was nice and easy. So, let's deburr them, let's get the new bolts, let's get to the Corsa, and let's get this fit tonight. Okay, I think we've got everything now we need to get this harness bar installed. So we're gonna speed run this, because it's quite late already, it's about 20 to 9 at night now, and I just wanna get this done as soon as possible, so let's start on this side first.
Alright then, back to square one. We went and picked up some M8 by 50mm bolts, and then I used one of them with a washer, push it through the frame with the car, and then thread on our new spacers. I then put a washer, and then put the bracket, and then a washer, and then a nut, and I put it all together loosely for now, before we actually fit the harness bar, then we can do it all up properly later.
Okay, that's one side on, but now I bet this is gonna be closer. Oh yeah, it is. We now need to just do the same to the other side.
Eat, sleep, build Corsa, repeat. That is literally what we're doing right now. But I actually measured this a little bit wrong. The hole that we are actually using in the frame of the car was holding like an M10 bolt in. And obviously I've drilled and tapped these spacers to the M8. Now obviously I can put these spacers back up, and I will tell you now I am going to, and I'm going to put an M10 fine thread through it. But to get this side in, I had to move the bucket seat out of the way, and then it all went wrong, and I got very frustrated. Just have a look.
Oh, the bolt just snapped. Great. I give up, I give up. I give up, guys. I give up. The bolt, it literally just snapped, look. Great. Absolutely great, so I'm gonna have to remake it at work. I give up. What? For God's sake. Yeah, that is so annoying because I literally want to get the harness bar in tonight, be done with it, because next week I probably won't be able to come down to the Corsa on Monday because we're going to be starting to spray paint the brake calipers, so I need to prep them and everything, or paint them, should I say, not spray paint them, but I'm so freaking annoyed. I'm so annoyed. What the hell, man? Yeah, we're gonna have to remake it. That is scrap now. There's no way in hell I'm getting that stainless bolt out of that silver steel. That's ridiculous. So we're gonna end it here. It's been somewhat successful this week, I suppose. We managed to get the drop link on, which was really, really good. Then we also took out the shifter mechanism, which we're gonna look at next week. And then this. I suppose we've gone not even one step forward, like half a step forward, 5 steps back, because now I've got to remake that one. I think I'm going to remake both, or I'll remake one, I'll take the other side off the car and I'll make them to the M10 fine thread like they're meant to be. I am so annoyed by that now. That has really frustrated me. But hey, you live and you learn. It is what it is. Next week we will get the harness bar on. We'll look at that short shifter, try get that fixed, start spray painting those calipers, and then we'll try and fit the brakes at the end of next week's video as well, because obviously we've got to take off the brake disc on this side, which is completely rounded off, which is a joke as well. Honestly, man, working on old cars, everything is just like, it's easy if the bolts are in good condition. But hey, it's been an eventful week. It is what it is. It's like 10:15 at night now. I'm so tired. I cannot wait to go to Emma's house and go to sleep. So I'll see you guys next week when, I don't even know if we're gonna get this thing any closer to being track ready next week, but if we do, great. If we don't, then pray for me, because I might just scrap this thing. It's annoying me right now so much. So I'll catch you then. Have a fantastic week. Love you guys. Peace out.